Yep, okay. So we're live. Oh. Whoops. Hopefully nothing crazy in there. Hopefully nothing crazy in there. Yeah, I'm still new to this stuff. So have mercy on me. We're gonna go back to here. We're gonna do this, this, and this. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. And yeah, my previous YouTube stream got taken down from gambling restrictions. I was streaming Riftbound, and it got taken down for gambling restrictions, which is interesting to say the least. Interesting to say the least. YouTube, let me tell you, it's something, it's something. God, I hope we don't get Draven versus Draven again. Just post this here. I should also probably make an icon for myself in Twitch. A profile icon. I kind of forgot about it. And this is kind of a test stream, so if anybody has some comments, any improvements, please let me know. Because, man, I have never streamed before. Just gonna quickly do this, this, and this. Okay, we're back. We're so back. I wish I knew Chinese. I wish I knew Chinese. Their ads ain't working on me because I don't know what they're saying. I don't know what they're saying. But yeah, there's a Fiora in top 8. Hopefully they get to top 4. They did 2-0 a Draven in top 16. So Fiora hook, there's some sauce in there. Fiora hook is it's surprisingly strong. And I'm rooting for the Fiora hook, obviously. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the Fiora hook play. We just saw a Draven versus Draven matchup previously, which is pretty sad. I'm hoping to Yeah, the Draven, classic Draven one. The Miracle Draven made the same mistake in game 2 that they made in game 1. They just sacrificed their Draven champion on turn 2 and lost the game instantly, which was a little deja vu, a little unfortunate. But I mean, let's hope they learned something from those games. And I would want to see the Fiora hook, so I could learn something from these games, because like you said, they aren't running seals. They're running first mates. They're running a very different list. I'll have to, you know, get some inspiration from them. Have you, Subukai, have you already decided on what deck you're gonna play on set 2? Because, I mean, you already know what I'm playing. There's probably no need to even say that. I was building everything with hook. Did you build set 1 hook too? So you probably have all the necessary cards for the Exodia. Let's see. Let's see what you have in there. Let me just open this. And let's look at the list together so we can all flame it. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding. Wait, where is it? It's in Chrome. Where can I... Man, I need to... Yes, here. And let's go. And let's go. Okay, let's see. Let's see. What is Homie playing next set? You're planning on playing the Rek'Sai version. With Piercing Light? Have you found success with the Daring Poro? I have felt like the Daring Poro hasn't been as powerful as I'd hope. And no Draven in the deck. What's your reasoning on no Draven? Because, I mean, Draven is just a very crazy strong card, but have you just not found any success with it? Yeah, you don't have room. Yeah, the biggest problem of deck building is that you're running out of room pretty quickly, which is a little annoying. You prefer Phoenix Rek'Sai. I have seen a ton of the Phoenix Rek'Sai, but I never tried it. I was too afraid to try it because it looked very awkward. It looked very weird to play. I wonder if you have played the Phoenix Rek'Sai, what's the idea behind the deck? Because aren't there like moments when you conquer with Rek'Sai, you see spells, but you don't have anything to use them on. So are you not losing value out of your Rek'Sai legend at that point, or... And I feel like the Phoenix Rek'Sai version is very, very power hungry. When you have to pay for the Phoenixes, you have to pay for the Falling Stars, for the Piercing Light. But usually power hungry decks are, you know, powerful though. So usually the power comes with a cost. So I imagine those decks are running seals, red seals. We're probably gonna have a long ass break between the games because the first game from the best of 3 ended in 5 minutes. So so if you have something to do, go do it right now because we're not gonna get a game in a long time, unfortunately. I wish we could, but we can't. It is. That's why you run a lot of seals. Mostly is that you have a lot of removal. Yeah, you can capitalize on a returning Phoenix. And I also heard that Call the Weak can take back your Phoenix. So if you play Call the Weak, you kill your own Phoenix, you can just take the Phoenix instantly back. So I imagine those decks are starting to run a lot of Call the Weaks. It got errated like a week ago by Riot that it works that way. So I'm not sure if you have tried it yet. But yeah, the Call the Weak Phoenix combo seems pretty awesome. Irelia, Draven. Okay. You won against all the big dogs, but then you lost to Sivir. I actually haven't got to play against Irelia at all. I haven't. For some reason, Irelia hasn't been as popular with the players I have played with, which is a little weird because I thought Irelia was gonna be like the one of the big legends that everybody plays. Yeah, I hate best of ones. I heard that in like China City challenges they were running best of ones at first, and then the top cut is best of 3s, which is a little unfortunate. But I can understand, you know, stores and etc. running out of time. It's understandable, but it's also very ass. Best of 3s are just straight ass. I mean, best of ones. Best of 3s are awesome. Best of ones are ass. Yeah, I at the start of the set 2 gaming, I played against Irelia as Darius. And yeah, their Irelia lived like 2 turns, became, I don't know, 20 might, and I just lost the game. And that's my only best of 3 against Irelia. It was with the early version of Darius Hook on set 2. So maybe I have been fortunate not running into Irelia, but also I do need to learn the matchup because I imagine Irelia is gonna be very strong. it's kind of one of those OTK-like legends. Like almost the only OTK-like. And I do think that there's gonna be a lot of people that do like to have the ability to move around a lot. The kind of ADHD deck, you know? You don't have to wait for anything, you just move around a lot, etc. So it's gonna be very popular and obviously gonna get stronger even the longer the game goes on and the more sets come out. So it's a curse in disguise that I haven't gotten to play against Irelia. I wonder who this guy is that they're showing us, because I don't know who he is, and I can't read Chinese. Have any of you guys watched the League of Legends tournaments like LCK right now? I know 4 people at my LGS wanted to play Irelia. Yeah, there's like a couple people in my LGS that want to play Irelia, and they played a ton of Irelia at the beginning of Street Forged, but then they just kinda gave in to the temptation of Draven, and now they're evil. Now they're just evil people playing Draven. Yeah, unfortunately it's classic right now. And there's a surprising amount of people that don't play League of Legends, but play Spirit Forged. I mean, not Spirit Forged, Riftbound. Yeah, there's a surprisingly big amount of people playing Riftbound, but they don't even know anything about League, which is, it's awesome actually. Like, people are getting introduced to the kind of lore of League, and obviously the world building of League is very cool. The game itself, not that cool. I have taken almost a year break now from League of Legends, and I'm proud of myself. I'm sober now. But I would have imagined there would be more people that play League and transfer into Riftbound. I'm gonna be playing everything anyways. Oh, you have a whole do you have all the signatures too, Lynx? If you have all the signatures cards too, then how do you get that money? That's crazy. I barely have the Darius legend overnumbered. That's like my bling that I have used my money on. And actually, all of my runes are Nexus Knight runes, so, you know, I'm making that money. And I think the... Let me take a posture check real quick. I think the Nexus Knight runes are pretty cool. They're not too flashy, so I like them. No, I mean do you have the signed overnumbered legends? Okay, I was about to say that if you have all the signed overnumbered, then that's crazy. That's crazy. That's like a new car in your binder. I mean, there's the one guy, the casino that collects like everything, they paid, I think they paid $400 for the riot token. The riot token that gets handed to random people at, you know, the regionals. So they paid $400 for it, which is pretty crazy. And they have like, I think they even have like a medal card, not the like the shiny medal card, the winner's medal card, but those medal cards that you could get from the prize wall. So I think they have like 2 of those, and they're going crazy. They're going crazy. I'm just happy here with my 1 overnumbered Darius. And bro has like a new house in their binder. And like I mentioned about League before, I haven't played League of Legends in a long time, but I still do enjoy watching the like tournaments of League. Like I've been watching the Korean tournament a lot and etc. So maybe it's like what is it called when I want to go to regionals, but yeah, man, I was also wanting to go to the regionals, and I didn't get a ticket. I was actually like, I think 3 minutes ahead of the ticket release time. I was already at the payment for the ticket, so I got to the ticket site a little bit in advance, and I was already looking to pay for the ticket. I had it in my cart, but I was at my girlfriend's house, and their internet is very bad because they live in the middle of nowhere. So I tried to get my payment through, but it just infinite loaded, and finally after 10 minutes, when it had finally loaded up, the tickets were already sold. So that was very unfortunate. I probably just should have stayed home because my internet is pretty good. I mean, if I'm streaming, that just means my internet has to be good because, you know, I'm streaming. But yeah, my internet is pretty good, so I should have stayed home, most likely. But I'll get the tickets to the next regionals. I mean, these regionals are gonna be very hectic anyways, because it's gonna be very hard to get the cards. There's like 1.5 week for you to get all the cards you need for the regionals. So at least I'm gonna be dodging that stress, you know. Yeah, the preloading was a little dumb. And hey, congratulations on being sober from League of Legends, you know? But yeah, it was a very weird situation. Like, the tickets were sold almost before the official announcement. So it was a very weird situation. And yeah, I have a good internet now. I just got the cable internet. I don't know what's the real term for the internet, but yeah, I got the cable internet, and I'm plugged into an Ethernet. So now I'm good. I just got it actually this week, on this Monday. So that's why I'm trying my first stream ever. Yeah, fiber, yeah. Yeah. Just got it this week. And it's about 23 times faster than my old internet. So it's a little bit better. It's a little better. And or maybe my old internet was very bad. Morning, Jibs. Are you working this weekend? I know there's LEC at least, and I mean LCK is going on right now. Are you working on LEC or LCK? Oh yeah, true. I'm sorry, man. I always get you guys mixed up. Did you hear about the Fiora hook? Fiora hook is on top 8 right now. Oh, you won a skirmish yesterday? Yeah, Batsumeda. Are you going to the regionals? Because if you're going to the regionals, then isn't it very nice that you finally won a skirmish, or did you already win a skirmish before? Like I said before, I didn't get a ticket for the regionals, unfortunately. Oh man, and you can't even really transfer the ticket effectively, which is a bummer. So it's just gonna go to waste, which is so weird. Okay. Well, at least the buy will transfer to the next regionals. Yeah. Actually, I got beat by a troll deck in my last skirmish. I was at the finals of the skirmish. It was already like 10 p.m. We had been playing so long, and this guy was playing they called it a gamble Teemo, and they played a stacked deck turn 1 against me in the finals. They found a Nocturne and they won the game. So they played a Nocturne turn 1. I was like, okay. I mean, I was pretty confident in the matchup, so I thought to myself, it's okay. I lost the first game. I'm gonna win the next game. Like, they can only hit the max win once. We went to the next game. I was going first. They were going second. They played down a Traveling Merchant, and with their last rune, they played a stack deck. Found a Nocturne turn 1 again, and I lost the best of 3 instantly. So they played both games turn 1 Nocturne from their stack deck. I was in shambles right there. I was in shambles. I wanted my Blitzcrank mat. Oh man. But hey, at least I have already won 1 skirmish, so I will get 1 Blitzcrank mat. But I mean, 2 is more than 1. So unfortunate. But also, it was their first skirmish win, so I didn't feel too bad about it, because now they also get a buy and a mat. So, you know, you can't be too greedy. But it would have been nice to win. It would have been very nice to win. And obviously, the way that I lost was a little annoying. By the way, Jibs, did you watch the previous Draven versus Draven game on the top 8? Because the Miracle Draven did make a misplay. They died their Draven turn 2, and next game they died their Draven turn 2 again and lost. so it was a little unfortunate. My guy, I got rolled on my first skirmish. Going to Teemo. Arena's greatest. They play sneaky deckhand. Hide Teemo. Flips over 2 Nocturnes. And that's a 12 might hold on turn 1. Oh, so yeah, they had 3 runes. They play deckhand. They hide Teemo. That's crazy. So that's 2 Nocturnes is 8. Sneaky deckhand 10. And if they had the Teemo strategies, that's like even more than 12 might. And yeah, Chips, like, well, I don't understand why they kept playing the Draven straight to a battlefield. And every time they played the Draven straight to a battlefield, they had like 1 or 2 energy up. So it was pretty free for the enemy to just kill their Draven off. So I was a little confused. Like, but yeah. I mean, it's easier to, you know, spectate from behind the screen and speculate and etc. But playing in real life is so much different. Like, the first 20 games I played with Darius Hook in real life, they were so slow, for example, compared to playing online. Wait, where is the stream pausing? What is happening to the stream? They keep showing this guy. They keep showing this guy, but I don't know who he is. I guess they're one of the like casters maybe. Why is the stream lagging all the time? Let's hope it stops soon. Putting a 2-drop of Draven with Honor, yeah. Yeah, like, I guess when they put the Draven in and they had 2 energy up, I guess they were threatening something, but having 1 energy up was just like insane. Some paid actor gameplay right there. Yeah, because I don't think there's like anything with 1 energy you can do except play stacked deck and find a Nocturne, you know? You can always play a Nocturne with 1 energy. Yeah, I know, like, I mean, I guess the only reason to do that, Chips, is with the 3 energy up, is that they could, you know, take a gamble and, you know, threaten something and hope the enemy just doesn't attack there. But you don't need to take that gamble. Like, you can win the game without doing that, so. And if the enemy attacks you and you lose, you just insta lose the game. So there's really, it's like a low reward for a very high risk. So it was a very weird. It was very weird, but you know, who am I to backseat? You know. I'm just a baited hook player. Hello, Koopa. This is now top 4, so we're gonna have 2 more best of 3s. And there's a Hook Fiora was at top 8, so there's a possibility that we're gonna see a Hook Fiora in the semifinals. So I'm excited for that. But hopefully it's not 4 Dravens in the top 4, because I think it's possible right now that there could be 4 Dravens in top 4 if we're unlucky. Because yeah, the last game or match ended in about 15 minutes. The first game ended in 5 minutes, the second game went a little bit longer, but it didn't even go to 3 games, so there was really nothing much to watch there. Except it was a little painful because the Draven kept making a little bit awkward mistakes, which were a little weird. But you know, it is what it is. The good old wise words. It is what it is. Jibs, if you're still here, what are you gonna play on set 2? Are you gonna be hopping on the Draven? Or Koopa? Because my locals are... Okay, so you're gonna be hopping on Ezreal. Is it the downwell version, or... Oh, you're... And have you seen the Rat Ezreal, which I just got introduced to? Yeah, I just got a viewer just introduced me to the Rat Ezreal, which is kinda... It looks kinda funny. Yeah, I mean... Okay. Right now, I don't have a ticket, but there's a local that is not planning to go, and they have a ticket. So we have messaged UBS if it's possible to transfer it, because the local isn't gonna go there anyways, and if they are, you know, skeptical that my local is a scalper, then, you know, they can just see that we have played in the same skirmishes, same Nexus nights. So, you know, there's no way my friend is a scalper. So let's hope I get the ticket, you know. But I did apply for judging. So there's now a couple of ways I can make it to Bologna, but it's not certain. I think there's something wrong with the... It's lagging a ton. Let me just try to fix that real quick. So I'm just gonna do this, do this, and reload the page. And close these. I think my Opera GX is like angry because I have so many things open. So I'm just gonna have to close some things, and we're back. Okay. Yeah, but Jibs, there were some people that messaged UBS and they were able to transfer the ticket. So it's, you know, it's possible. So we have to stay hopeful, you know? We have to stay positive. What's wrong with the... It shouldn't be my internet that's lagging right now. This is Billy. Isn't it cool? Wait, can I even... No. So I wonder what's wrong here. Well... Yeah, but I think you have to Jib's message as soon as you can, because we messaged like a month ago and we still haven't gotten a reply, which is not very good. And let me just try to fix this real quick. Do this. And do this. And reload this. Okay, please. Come on, start working. Yeah, we messaged over a month ago, and we still haven't gotten a reply. But we got screenshots of other people getting a reply from UVS saying they're able to transfer it. So let's hope it works. There's something wrong with the stream right now, or is it just me? Is it just me, or is it my internet? It shouldn't be. Maybe all the Dravens are getting to them. Because all my homies had Draven. Now the whole... What? Okay, it looks to work right now. But yeah, you don't have to guess what I'm gonna build for set 2. That's for sure. Are there any Irelia enjoyers here? Because I low-key need to play against Irelia. I haven't gotten like any games against Irelia. I have just been scrimming against Draven. And I just know that I'm gonna get cooked when I finally have to face Irelias. What's your opinions on the overnumbered or the alt art champions on set 2? I think the some of the Spirit Forged alt art champions are a little bit too much. Like for example the Darius looks a little weird in my opinion. It's a little hard to understand like what's happening in the art with the Darius alt art. But I think like the Teemo is very cool. I low-key want the... And here we see the Darius. So that's the Darius alt art. And I don't like it personally. I kind of like them, but I know I will sell them immediately. Yeah, I mean... Champion alt arts are... I mean, if I get like a Fiora alt art, I would keep it obviously. Soraka one is clean. Yeah, some of them are very cool. Like either they're so good looking, or then there's kind of too much going on, in my opinion. For example, the Darius, but then the Teemo looks amazing. And yeah, the Rek'Sai is so cool, the Everfrost Rek'Sai. At least that's the name of the League of Legends version of the skin. But yeah, the Everfrost Rek'Sai is so cool looking. And the Teemo, and yeah, Soraka is very cool. But then, and Irelia is amazing too. I love the Irelia skin in League also. But yeah, the Darius is interesting. Though I'm not an artist, so I mean I couldn't do better, you know. So you gotta hand it to them that they're still doing a good job. But sometimes, you know, less is more. Less is more. Yeah, the overnumbered champion. Oh yeah. Um, what do you think about the overnumbered legends? The kinda painted looking legends. I think it's a cool theme. Oh, you mean the okay, okay. You mean the legends, yeah. Yeah. Um yeah, I do like that there's a theme. It's very cool, and then it's gonna be very recognizable. So you can, you know, every time you see the kind of painted legend overnumbered, you instantly, you know, put one and one together and know it's from, you know, Spirit Forged, which is pretty cool. And yeah, I think they're gonna be so cool, especially in real life. I mean, obviously, some of them don't look as good in when you see them online, but when you see the overnumbered in real life with their cool shine, it's gonna be very amazing. Yeah, I know the Chinese name is so weird. It's like it's not even Rune Terra. It's like it's I I forgot what the exact translation was, but it was something very weird. Also, should I put the um Chinese stream louder or not? Do you like to hear the ambient noise behind my yapping? I'm curious what the actual... Hello, Yulin TCG. Hook looks great. Why only one riposte? Everybody always asks me why only one riposte, and in my opinion, riposte is a very strong card, but in this meta, it's a little awkward in this specific meta, just because all the spells you're gonna be seeing are only 2 cost. Wait, let me just do something. So, my science between one riposte is that all enemy spells are going to be 2 cost, so you're paying basically 2 energy and 2 power to defy a 2 cost spell and give an ally +2. It's in some situations it's obviously very strong, but then again, if you draw riposte and you can't use it, it's like a pretty brick card. You can't really do anything with it. So it's kind of a it's an awkward card in my opinion. You can't really play it without your enemy playing spells. And finally, when your enemy does play a spell, it doesn't feel as impactful because the spells are so weak right now. It's only like fight or flights, etc., etc. And on top of that, you can't riposte their weapons. So if your opponent plays a weapon, you're just kind of cooked because you have riposte on hand, and you can't do anything with the riposte because, you know, weapons can't be defied. That's my logic behind it, but some disagree, and some like two ripostes. I have a second riposte in my sideboard for that I put in with Zone and Trifarian Warcamp, because with Zone you can, if you need to, you can just discard the riposte, and with Warcamp you usually find yourself in a position where you want to hold. So when you're holding, riposte is very good because then you can kind of block an enemy fight or flight when they're finally trying to break that hold. So I have a second riposte in my sideboard, which I usually do side in, depending on the battlefields, of course, and the matchup. And sometimes I take all of my ripostes out, you know? So... But it does feel very good to riposte a falling star. It does feel very good. This is the... I think the Chinese regional like stream quality, etc. is so good, but it's a little weird that if they're like the stream game ends in 15 minutes, they can't just transfer the stream to another game. It's kind of weird because, you know, obviously if the game ends in 15 minutes, then we have to wait over an hour for the next game. I mean match, which is a little bummer. So it would be nice if they had like 2 streaming tables, and if the first streaming table ends very fast, then they can transfer to the second streaming table. So, you know, we would have something to watch at least. Because right now, either you have a lot of content to watch, or your game ends very fast and then you're just sitting there and waiting. You mean Houston had like 2 streaming games going on? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I if I remember correctly, that you're right, because I do remember Houston having way less, you know, dead time, which was very nice. But I also remember that wasn't Houston very behind schedule at one point, if I remember correctly. I just remember the casters of Houston looking so tired and dead because the tournament was like 1.5 hours behind in schedule, which was really funny. I mean, it was funny to watch, but it probably wasn't as funny to, you know, cast a 12-hour long tournament. And obviously, as a viewer, it's probably very boring to wait hours for a single match that ends in 15 minutes. They could also do it like, if they have side events, the side events could have, you know, a streaming table. So, you know, if there's a 2v2 going on for fun, and the real tournament match ends very fast, then, you know, we could just watch some fun 2v2 game for the time being, or something like that. That would be very cool. But obviously it all requires, you know, time and effort. So setting, you know, backup tables takes a lot of effort, and they probably won't be used as much. So I guess they're just not gonna put in the effort for a low reward, basically. I just want to see if the Fiora made it through. That's all I want. My day is made if the Fiora made it through, and my day is ruined if there's 4 Dravens in the top 4. So my day is in the hands of this tournament. I swear, Chinese ads are so weird. What's happening right now? They're so weird. I mean, but I like the Asian ads because they're so weird that they're fun to watch, you know? And I guess that's their point. You want the viewers to watch them through. So I guess they're doing their job. I should have a backup game or something I could play in the middle of these. Like Slay the Spire. Slay the Spire could be good. Or I have never played Darkest Dungeon. It could be fun. And actually Slay the Spire is getting Slay the Spire 2. I don't know if there's any Slay the Spire enjoyers here. Because that game is so much fun. That game is so much fun. Unfortunately, the second version of the game, Slay the Spire 2, has been delayed a ton. But you know, everything good comes with a price. Sometimes it's worth the wait, you know. Yulin, I have tested at least Hook Rek'Sai and Hook Rek'Sai, Hook Darius, and now Hook Fiora. Hook Darius actually, it was super explosive, but it just got cooked by Draven. So that's the only reason why I'm not playing Hook Darius right now. Otherwise, I would actually be playing Hook, most likely, if Draven was meta. And Hook Rex I felt very weak. Rek'Sai is better without Hook, in my opinion, so if you play Rek'Sai, don't play Hook. That's my opinion on that, on Hook Rek'Sai. I like Slay the Spire. I still need to play it more. Yeah, I'm like at... I have beaten Ascension 20 in Slay the Spire, like the hardest Ascension, and I think the only problem with Slay the Spire is that when you get kinda know what you're doing, it becomes a little too simple for my taste. It would be fun if there was a game like Slay the Spire, but you play against real players. So it's a roguelike strategy game where, for example, the boss of each level would actually be a real player. That could be cool. Then it would, you know, then it would be different. Every boss would be different if it was a real player. And good thing the Chinese stream stopped lagging. Finally. Imagine if now we had like a technical issue on the Chinese stream or some rules issue, and suddenly we're waiting like 2.5 hours for the next match. And it wouldn't be unheard of, unfortunately. Yeah, Jibs. It's probably gonna be like at least 20 more minutes at this rate, unfortunately. But as long as Fiora makes it through, it's all worth it. Copium and hopium. I should get a second screen. I'm doing the streaming stuff. Well, this is my first time streaming anyways, but I'm doing this stuff with one screen and it's not very easy. It's not easy. Should I come spectate your guys' game while we wait? If... Okay. We're gonna come and wait, I'm gonna go here. TCG Arena. Oh, this is TCG player. Okay. And it was this. Let me just put the screen better. It's very cooked. Just gonna do it like this. And Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh, I connected. Oh, my bad. Oh, it didn't go through. Nice. What? It's not letting me... Try this. Okay. I need to press spectate. Okay, I'm now spectating. The whole world is watching. You gotta lock in, guys. We're all gonna point and laugh if you lose. I'm gonna check on the Chinese stream. Okay, it's still doing nothing. No pressure, no pressure. Yeah, yes. Yeah, you gotta respect the rumble. You gotta respect the rumble. That's a real Chad legend. Jibs, if you lose this game, then I don't know what to say, man. You're playing against Rumble. Jibs is instantly cheating, obviously. Well. You can just copy paste your Ezreal. Just duplicate it, put it in your deck, and then shuffle your deck. Just duplicate your Ezreal and yeah. Okay. This is the real finals of the China Regionals. Jeeps versus Koopa. Okay, Koopa gets to go first. Wait, can I? Ooh. Okay, Jeeps and Koopa, if I show both of your hands, you promise you won't cheat, right? You promise you won't watch my stream if I show both of your hand. Aye. Okay, fine, I won't, you're sus. You're both suspicious. Suddenly, Koopa knows Chips has 2 fighter flights and plays around everything Chips has. Did Chips just play nothing? Oh, you don't even have a purple rune, so you can't even play Ezreal if you want to. That's unfortunate. Oh, Chips baited you. It was the wages of pain. Okay. And what did this battlefield do? When you hold here, each player channels 1 rune. What the fuck? What is... I guess Ezreal doesn't mind the channel. Yeah. And Forecaster is a very good card to get early. Your mechs have vision. Okay. And Jibs plays Ezreal with the gold token, so they don't even have to recycle a rune. What's going on here? Okay. Koopa gets... Does he get to 1 point? Okay, Koopa gets to 1 point. Gets hold of the war camp, and it's the Forerunner. It might be over, guys. It might be over. I remember to do your vision. Did you do your vision in Cuba? Uh-oh. Yeah, you can do your vision. Putting Singularity to the bottom of their deck. Yeah, I guess Singularity isn't that amazing in this matchup. So, yeah, I see it. I see it. And the rebuke is out. Oh man, that's just evil. That's just evil. You can't do that, Jibs. Oh, true. True. Yeah, you can take it. Okay. Okay, the frigid touch is out. They do it twice, so they get the... Wait, Jibs, you have to pay 3 for the frigid touch if you use it twice. You have to pay 3. Right? Because you drew from your... Oh! My bad. Oh yeah, you played the rebuke. Oh. I need to lock in. Yep. The Rumble champion is out. I don't even know what this champion does. That's crazy. When I conquer, you may recycle another friendly unit to play a mech from your trash. Reduce its energy cost by the might of the unit you recycled. I see. Shouldn't Jeeps be at 1 point, by the way? Okay, the Rumble is cooking. When you play me, ready another friendly mech. Oh, crazy synergy. Crazy synergy and interactions from our regional finalists right now. These are the... This is the China regional finals with Ezreal and Rumble fighting head to head. Oh, the ganking boots? That's cheating. That's cheating. You can't do that. Rumble goes to 6. Right? Yeah, I think your Rumble is 6. Okay, now it isn't. Okay. Do you take the deal? Do you take the gold? This card is evil. You want to take the gold, but you don't want to give your enemy a gold. So it's evil. It's a curse in disguise. Okay, our Rumble champion gets the 3 points. This pit crew card looks so annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Wow. But Jibs, what happens when you don't draw the pit crew? Are you just cooked if you don't draw it? What the fuck is this card? Your makes have +1. When I hold play a... It's still got main part of Ezreal, but yeah, not as good. Yeah. Wait, this blue rumble is broken. It's broken. I mean, who does know anything about mechs? I'm not gonna lie. Like, you can ask 90% of Riftbound players, and they don't know what Blue Rumble does. or maybe I have just been living under a rock. Your mechs have +1, okay. So it's over. It's over. If Koopa gets the hold through with the Blue Rumble, then it's winnable. Oh no, the game started on the Chinese stream, by the way, guys. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to... Oh, it's Fiora! Fiora made it through. It's a miracle. We're so back. Fiora is in the top 4 of the regionals. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. The Draven Slayer, the legend himself, Fiora. I mean herself, Fiora. I'm just gonna... Oh, the cropping is wrong. Wait, I'm gonna fix that real quick. I'm gonna fix that real fast. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's a Fiora hook. Let me just fix the cropping. Okay. We're back. Oh! Let's go! Okay, so there will be only one Draven in final. I mean, it's a win-win situation. I don't mind either Ezreal or Fiora going, but I still prefer Fiora. But all the hook doubters will actually be in shambles right now. You non-believers. Okay, we have to now analyze everything the Fiora does. So they chose to play the Fiora champion very early on to get the Pitro key off and buff the Fiora. And Fiora got Mighty from the Trifarian War Camp. So that's what's happening here. The Ezreal does have pit crew on board, so let's see if the evil Ezreal, if the evil pit crew just rolls this Fiora. Because if Jeeps is abusing pit crew, then, you know, then it's bad. Then it's bad. The Fiora hand is very spell heavy. They had... What did they have? They had Punch First, Death Grip. I think they even had one Riposte, if I didn't see wrong. So very spell heavy hand, which could be a good thing in this matchup. I'm not gonna even lie. It could be good. Unfortunately, it's... You can't really make your Fiora mighty again, because you do want to make your units mighty to get the Fiora legend proc. So we'll have to see how the Fiora gets their legend proc here. Oh, they even have... Okay, they had the deflect Fiora. And The Deflect Fiora also has ganking when they're mighty, and because they're at the war camp, they're just instantly mighty. And now they have Deflect ganking. And I think the Fiora is in a very good position here because now their 4-cost Fiora is just threatening the bottom battlefield with their ganking. And obviously Deflect is very annoying for Ezreal. But do you sacrifice the pitch rookie to get the 3 points here? Because then you would be ahead in points. Right now, Fiora is basically behind in points because next turn Ezreal is gonna get at least 1 point. So if you sacrifice the pitch rookie, you can kinda even out the points instantly. So I would, yeah, they go for the sacrifice. I wonder if they have any way to make it mighty. So if they have a BF sword, then it's a dream scenario, but they pass. And yeah, Subukai, you're right. Death Grip is very good here. You could even Death Grip your Pitcher Key to make your own Fiora mighty. Yeah, just like you said. I'm just repeating what you said, my bad. I didn't notice your last comment. So yeah. Yeah, you can get the Fiora Legend proc from the Death Grip, but they choose to play Call the Glory without using the Fiora buff for it. So they just play that as it is, but they do have 2 punch first. Okay, so because they had punch first, they can just play the Call the Glory as it is. Because even with 1 rune up, they can just threaten the punch first all the time. Unfortunately, the BF sword gets thrown out, which does feel a little bit bad. I think the BF sword is gonna get thrown out. That would make the most sense, in my opinion. This is Hook Fiora. They just haven't drawn Hook. So that's what's happening. But it is Hook Fiora. Obviously it's Hook Fiora because, you know, Hook is the greatest card in the game. No bias. Completely unbiased comment. It's just a fact, you know. So Fiora gets to 5 points. I mean, this game is looking insanely good for Fiora. They're at like, how many runes do they have? They have 11 runes right now. That's crazy. So Fiora is at 11 runes and they draw a Hidden Blade, which is actually awesome. They can, worst case scenario, they can Hidden Blade their own pitch rookie to get draw. They only have 2 punch first in hand, which is a little bit awkward. And, you know, that's why I use my list, because I only have 2 punch first in my deck. I think this Fiora has 3 punch firsts in their deck, so drawing 2 punch first feels a little bit bad, especially with a deck with so little amount of draw. If this Fiora win with Hook, Hook gonna go to the moon. Yeah. And imagine all the doubters in shambles. All the Hook enjoyers will rejoice. But yeah, I mean, that's why you invest into the hooks in set 1. So in set 2, when Hook becomes the meta, you already have it. Okay, so there's an unchecked power in the hand of Ezreal. I think this is gonna catch the Fiora off guard pretty badly. I'm not I'm not gonna lie. I don't see any way the Fiora can protect their units from unchecked power. But the problem with unchecked power is that it exhausts all of your units. So if they play unchecked power right now, they can't get any points this turn. And I think that's what the Ezreal is debating, is whether to just play the unchecked power, kind of reset the game, or just get rid of the Fiora's units in any other way. So Ginji asked if Fiora will be the legend I play in set 2 or Ezreal. I mean, at first I was thinking about Ezreal, but now that I was introduced to Fiora Hook, I mean, you can't go wrong with Hook. That's all I'm saying. So I'm gonna have to see. I have been having so much fun with Hook though, but if it is Ezreal, it's gonna be down well, because it's just very fun. But whatever I do, I don't wanna play Draven. That's my only rule. I will play anything except Draven. Hi Pirate Pat. Yeah, this is my first live ever, so I'm still learning. So have mercy on me. Glad to get my 3 hooks. I've made finals of 3 out of 4 skirmishes and won 2 of them. That's crazy. That's crazy actually. Good. I mean, good job. I have been to 3 skirmishes, I think, and I won 1 of them. And I got to top 4 in all of them, and in 2 of them I got to the finals. The Ezreal is still thinking what to do with their turn, because, I mean, to use the unchecked power or not. If you're Ezreal and you use the unchecked power here, you only kill 2 units with it, and you can't get any points. So it's like a double-edged sword, basically. Because like I said, unchecked power does exhaust all of your units. So you can't get any points with your units. They decide to go for the unchecked power. Now, technically, you could play the punch first twice here, but Fiora chose not to. So they could have saved their Fiora champion with 2 punch firsts, but they chose not to. They could have also used their death grip just to draw one. I mean, their unit was gonna die anyways, so might as well use the death grip if you want to draw one. They found an unsung hero. Oh yeah, true. Pixels, you're right. Punch first is an action. I always forget about it, because it says punch first. So, by all logic, it should be a reaction, because you're punching first. If you know what I mean. But, yeah, unsung hero is actually a card you might want to see here, because you could now just play unsung hero down. If your opponent tries to attack your units, you play punch first on your unsung hero, and then you play the death grip after that on your unsung hero that has +5, and give your Fiora champion like +8. And you draw 3 cards with death grip and unsung hero, so there's something here. There's a possible draw 3 on Fiora's hand if they choose to do it. If I was Fiora, I would definitely go for the punch first. So, ooh. The Ezreal uses Bellows Breath twice, which does 2 damage. But because Fiora is on the War Camp, the Bellows Breath is not gonna kill the units. Ezreal can say draw from Bellows Breath, but they do have a... yeah, they do have the Stupefy, which is a little annoying. Now there's no way to punch first, and the Unsung Hero won't draw you too. So technically, you should have probably used punch first and Death Grip last turn to make sure you get the draw 3, because I mean, draw 3 is just so valuable. I think the Fiora chose to kill their Fiora and buff their Unsung Hero with a Death Grip, which is a very cool play. Unfortunately, they got a -4 on the Fiora. The Ezreal played -4 on the Fiora. So now the Unsung Hero is at 4 might with the War Camp battlefield. The Fiora does get a draw from Death Grip. And this draw has to be hopefully very good. Oh, they didn't show the draw, unfortunately. And the Unsung Hero died because the Fiora champion died to the Ezreal -4. So now the Unsung Hero didn't get any buffs, and now the Unsung Hero died to the Stupefy. Pirate Pat, were you also playing Darius Hook in your skirmishes? But unfortunate, I also lost one of my skirmishes to Teemo in finals. Teemo is so annoying, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, should the Fiora have had to use their punch first Death Grip just on their turn to draw 3. They did draw a Harness Dragon. I mean, that's what you want to see here. I mean, that might be the best draw they could have gotten. Baited Hook would be amazing, but there's no units to use Baited Hook on right now. So I think the Harness Dragon might be almost the best card they could have drawn. Wait. Yep. It's 6-3, so the Ezreal has to be very careful. Because if Fiora draws a Spectral Matron, they can play Fiora Champion from Spectral Matron, accelerate, you know, a second unit, and possibly just get to 8 points next turn instantly. So Ezreal has to be very careful on how they play these turns. And at this rate, we just might see a Fiora Hook in the finals. I mean, it's looking pretty good for the Fiora. Fortunately, because all my homies love Hook. Yeah, Pirate Pat. Rek'Sai feels a little awkward. And it wants to be a... Rek'Sai wants to be a aggro deck, but right now they're just getting overshadowed by Draven. So if you want to play aggro deck, then you just have to play Draven. So it's very unfortunate. The Pit crew is going on a roll here. The Cole the cool weapon is gonna make a gold when you conquer, which is gonna ready the pit crew, and then they're gonna move the pit crew to the other battlefield, which is gonna make a gold, ready the pit crew, and now they're probably debating whether to keep the pit crew on the battlefield. They move back the pit crew, so they're not respecting the Spectral Matron. Because even with Rebuke, Spectral Matron would just win the game. If you rebuke, you know, the Fiora champion back, then he can just play it again. He has so many runes. Another Harness Dragon. That's crazy. The Ezreal did put one pit rookie to the bottom of their deck, like multiple turns ago. So now if this Harness Dragon just kills the pit rookie off, it just might be game at that point. The Ezreal will not find the pit rookie in the next couple of turns, so I don't think there's much the Ezreal can do about this Harness Dragon, and without pit rookie, I don't think how they can even end the game. And Pirate Path, I will for sure make a Fiora hook guide when I'm very familiar with the deck. The Harness Dragon got played, the pit rookie is gone, and the Ezreal is in trouble. And yeah, I will make a Fiora hook guide, but it will most likely be a long time before I do make it, because I'm not fully familiar with the deck yet. So I want to be, you know, I want to be sure of my place, and I want to be right when I make a guide, because you can't guide other people if you don't know what you're doing. But yeah, the other Harness Dragon got played, and the Ezreal player is in big trouble. They have one more pit rookie, but it's at the bottom of their deck, so... You sound like a streamer called Axpetu. That might probably be because I'm from Finland also, just like they are. So we both probably have the same accent. And yeah, Axpetu is a funny guy. He's a funny guy. So I'll take that as a compliment, okay? I'll take that as a compliment. The Ezreal goes to Conger. I don't think there's anything the Fiora can do about it. And the Fiora is still sitting on the 2 punch firsts they got at the beginning of their game. So this is a good reason why I like to run 2 rather than 3. What was the punch first being played for here? I might have missed something. The Fiora just played the punch first down. I think they might be afraid of damage spells, because like Pixel said, the punch first is an action. So they just played the punch first before anything bad could happen. And the problem with Ezreal's hand right now is that they want to use their rebuke, but they don't want to rebuke a Harnessed Dragon because, you know, that's not a very good rebuke target. And is that a second punch first, or it might be? It might be the second punch first right now. Well, wait a second. Okay, I'm back. So now the Harnessed Dragon has double punch first. They're at like 17 might. So there's really nothing the Ezreal can do except rebuke the Harnessed Dragon. And that means the Harnessed Dragon can just be replayed. A very awkward situation for Ezreal. They do have a... Yeah, they do have a Fox, which is gonna make the Harnessed Dragon like 14 might, I think, if I'm correct. Then they can gank with the Ezreal, and I think they can just barely trade with the Dragon, which is a bummer, because at this point, barely trading with one Dragon is not good. Not good. Yeah, the double punch first was a very good play from the Fiora, just playing around a lot of stuff, just in case. And on that note, we still saw how awkward drawing 2-punch firsts are. So that's why I do like to run only 2 in my deck. Because if that second punch first was almost anything else, the Fiora's early game would have been way stronger at this point. And Jinji asks if I stream on Twitch too. Yeah, I stream on Twitch. It's just Batskun. My Twitch. This was supposed to be like a trial stream, but then I just decided to stream the whole thing. So my Twitch doesn't even have an icon. I don't even have a profile picture. And that's a very bad time to draw a hook. That's a very bad time to draw a hook. Oh no. Yeah, Subukai, I think using 2 was a little overkill. Also, using 2-punch firsts. You don't need to use them, so that's why it's very weird. Because now, if you had punch first right now, you could maybe do something. You could, you know, hook. Yeah, time to gamble. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Because you could hook your unit now. You could find a special matron. Then with the special matron, you could take your Fiora champion. They didn't even go for the... Oh yeah, the gamble isn't enough. They don't have enough might to take special matron. So yeah, yeah, the Fiora kind of fumbled the end game there. And now, seeing that game, what's your opinion on running 3-punch first? Because judging from that single game, drawing 2-punch first early against Ezreal, it just feels so bad. You didn't get any value out of your punch first. You played them kind of out of fear. for stuff. And I think the 2 punch first is like the sweet spot. You want to find 1 punch first. Finding 2 punch first usually feels pretty bad. And don't even get me started on drawing 3 punch first. So I do think 2 punch first are the sweet spot in Fiora. And if the Fiora there hadn't used both punch firsts, they could have played down the 2-drop they had in their hand, used punch first on it, then hooked the 2-drop, and maybe go somewhere from there. But yeah, that was a... I'm surprised the Ezreal won that game. It's a bit like how you run cleave in Hook Darius. Yeah, because finding 1 cleave feels good, fighting 2 cleaves feels very bad. Yeah, yeah, it's the same with punch first. But I think punch first is so good that maybe you still run 2, because taking the risk of drawing both is still worth it, because drawing 1 is so good. So I think that's like the science behind it. So it's definitely worth it to run 2, but running 3 is an overkill, personally, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm surprised Ezreal turned that game around, even though they didn't have any pit crews left. I guess Watcher is just that strong still. the best card in set 1, and still the nightmare in set 2. Thousand-tailed Watcher. Yeah, Jibs. It seems so. It seems so. Watcher is truly a card. But also, the Ezreal did play well. The Ezreal was in control, like for the later stages of the game, and the Fiora kinda overkilled with the 2 punch firsts, in my opinion. Let's hope this game goes to... I mean, this match goes to game 3, so we don't once again have to wait 1.5 hours for the final match. But hey, no matter what happens, we still had a Ezreal and a Fiora in the semifinals. I mean, that's a good direction compared to having like only Dravens or set 1 only Kaisas. So we're going to the right direction, I would say. Just be sure to invest in the hooks before it's too late. I'm just kidding. It is a card though that... Hook is a card that will get stronger with time. Are you going to be testing Fiora in any Runes and Rift tournaments? I think I'm gonna be testing Fiora in Runes and Rift not next week yet, but probably could be the week after that, because I think at that point I should be familiar enough with the deck to play it in the Runes and Rift. And let's hope I do well though. imagine practicing a deck and then going to a tournament and going like 0-4. We just need some random unit with a lot of text but little might. That's true. That's true. You could hit it from hook very easily. And usually in card games, that's how the power creep goes. Units get smaller, but their texts get more powerful. So, you know, it's looking good for hookers for masturbators, you know what I'm saying? But yeah. There's, I mean, probably the best small unit right now is Treasure Hunter, in my opinion. Just because, you know, paying 2 for a unit that most likely gets you a point and possibly even 3 gold is crazy. Or a unit that can untap hook. Yeah, that's true. You could almost play the battlefield. That you could also play a battlefield that lets you untap a, was it a gear? Or was it your legend? Wait. I think there's a battlefield that lets you untap a gear, if I remember right. Yeah, same as well. Jin, I tried to get to Bologna, but I unfortunately couldn't grab a ticket. So I might be judging there, we'll have to see. Fiora starts with a first mate. Starts with a first mate. Yeah, I also hope to get to the April regional, hopefully. What do you think of the Fiora's late game plays with the dragons? I think there was a little bit of optimization they could have done, to say the least. And the double punch first was a little bit overkill. Now, does the Fiora choose? Okay, so they kept both at the top of their deck. I don't know if you really need to keep the first mate at the top. Like, if you have Riposte, that already kinda denies any fighter flights or rebukes. So first mate, but you can still do things with first mate, so I guess it's good to have the option to ready a unit in your hand. I had friends that got in the main event, but I'm just going just general admission. Yeah. I still have a friend that could give me their ticket because they actually aren't planning to go there themselves. But we'll have to see if UVS lets them to transfer their ticket to me. Hopefully they do. The pit crew is all out already. This is a very, very early pit crew shenanigans. Turn 2 pit crew must be pretty good. Jeeps is probably drooling right now for the turn 2 pit crew. And I want to see, okay, Fiora is running challenge actually, which is pretty cool. I also thought if I should include challenge in my deck, just haven't found a spot for it yet. They have a BF sword. Unfortunately, in this matchup, having big tall units isn't really the answer. Having many small units against Ezreal is way better. So that's why I think Vanguard Captain is very good in this meta, and Fioras should run it more. Just because, you know, Vanguard Captain plus Matron is a very good counter to Ezreal, especially. Ezreal is very good at dealing with big tall units. So it's surprising that there's like 0 China lists even trying Vanguard Captain. But like we have seen before, the West lists are always a little bit different from the China lists. So on the other hand, it's not that surprising. They're playing the Akshan, probably looking to take the call from the pit crew. And yeah, they took the call. Now the problem is that if Ezreal gets rid of the Akshan, they just get the call back. Ezreal has the spell which does which does 1 damage to 3 units 2 times. That is true, but it also recycles a ton. And if they have to use that spell for example, against a Vanguard captain that was played from Matron, it's still a positive play for you. So Matron is just a very good Ezreal counter in general. I don't see myself playing Vanguard and Matron without a seal. Yeah, that's why I run 2 seals. I do think having a seal or 2 is very good against, as Hook, especially with Vanguard captains, etc. Some people don't like the seals, but I'm a big seal believer. So the call is gone. Yeah, I love Vanguard Captain. There's been so many games where Vanguard Captain just kinda solo wins me the game. Just getting it out early can be so powerful. The enemy is... Yeah, he did acceptable losses his own call. Which didn't matter because they got a call back. So the pit crew is once again doing pit crew things, but Fiora is still one point ahead basically. So Fiora could still win the game. It's just looking very tough because Ezreal is kinda getting to do what he wants to right now. And this Fiora version doesn't have enough. This Fiora version doesn't have like enough wide. It doesn't go wide enough, and I think there's some optimization, especially with the China versions. Yeah, also Captain plus rally the troops felt super good. Yeah, even just rally the troops giving 1 buff feels good already because it draws. What do you mean Ezreal won the real finals? Are you just saying this to cope? So when Ezreal loses to Draven, in your heart, Ezreal won. Yeah, challenge is very big. They hooked their own... they hidden blade their own pit rookie to also get the weapon back. Now they have a Vanguard captain in hand, but it does feel very bad because your deck doesn't have any seals in it. So playing Vanguard captain, not Vanguard captain, Spectral Matron. Playing Spectral Matron just vanilla without hooks will be awful. Ezreal beats Draven. It probably does actually. Yeah. Will Ezreal win the China regionals? Or will Fiora come back from this position? Fiora did kill the Peach rookie, so in that way they're in a good spot. Fiora also probably would like to have a seal right now. They have the BF sword on board, which will recycle yellow runes when it's equipped. They have the matron, which will recycle 2 yellows. So I will make you all seal believers, like it or not. This is a this stream is sponsored by Yellow Seals. Yeah, Jibs, if Ezreal wins right now, then everybody's gonna be playing Ezreal. Then you're not cool anymore. You're just like all the other guys. They used the first mate to get the auction back. So the auction is kind of safe right now. I mean, the auction is pretty big though. It's 7 might because of the PF sword, the best friend sword. Ezreal has 2 seals on board. So they're just gonna outvalue Fiora in the long term. I have done some testing against Ezreal. I showed 1 game against Ezreal in my video. I didn't show them all because they were a little bit boring. I just kinda got a Vanguard captain or a matron and the matchup was over. So that's why I didn't show all the games from the Ezreal gaming. Luca, I don't know how to get that, honestly. I don't know how Twitch works. Watcher in the Bellows can do it. Yeah. Well, if they do Watcher in the Bellows, that's very expensive and a very specific combo also. And Watchering in the Bellows is probably like about 5 or 4 units killed. And 1 matron will give you 5 units. Yeah, it is very strong. It is very strong. That's true. Ezreal will go through their deck like very fast. Fiora is at 6 points though. Somebody said what a top deck. What did they top deck? What was the top deck? Another first mate is played, so will they pull back the auction? Yeah, they pull back the auction. On another hand, that being said, do you mind auction dying because you're gonna get the weapon back if it dies, and Ezreal kinda has to deal with the auction? Ezreal is sitting on a switcheroo, a rebuke. Oh, he drew the same card he discarded. That's unfortunate. Ezreal is playing Cold Shot. Probably like the best card in Ezreal decks. And they took the Ezreal signature, which is very, very bad for the Fiora, because now the Ezreal can just play the signature spell on Mind Splitter, and now they can use their Mind Splitter ability again. The real reason Fiora lost first game and probably loses this is because she didn't draw hook soon enough. Yeah, and I mean, Ezreal having 2 seals just slowly outvalues Fiora. Fiora is also running out of draw. The first mate is dead. Ezreal goes to 3 points. In general, I think the Fiora decks just aren't optimized yet. I mean, the Ezreal deck also probably isn't optimized, so you know, can't really blame it on that. The Ezreal is sitting on a Watcher and a signature spell, plus a Rebuke, so I think there's no way the Ezreal loses this game. They have to do some pretty big misplays, or the Fiora has to draw some very good cards. A Hidden Blade is one of them. Ooh. A Hidden Blade is one of them. Wow. Feels like they're all copying each other's decks with a lot of bias from the starting point. Yeah, China isn't known for their imagination. Like, they're pretty known for just copying like some of the top decks and all running the same deck. So that's probably one of the reasons why the Fiora lists are so unoptimized. And that's probably one of the reasons why there's so much Draven. Unfortunately, with the Rebuke, this could still be losable for Fiora, because Ezreal has the Rebuke in hand. But if Ezreal rebukes the first mate, then Fiora insta wins the game. Now what Fiora needs to do here is that they don't use the Hidden Blade yet. That's the most important part. They need to attack the Ezreal like they do, and keep the Ezreal guessing. Ooh, the switcheroo is used. Oh no. Does this force Fiora to play their Hidden Blade already? If so, then that's not good. Wait, the Fiora has also a Spectral Matron in hand. So if the first mate were to die, they could use Spectral Matron and take a first mate back. The Ezreal becomes a 7 might. The Akshan becomes a 3 might unit. A punch first right now would be amazing. True, he did have a riposte. Why did he not? What? Why did he not use the riposte on the switcheroo? They could have just used riposte on switcheroo and then used Hidden Blade on the Mind Splitter. He probably wants to save riposte for Rebuke. But now if the Akshan conquers this, they have to Rebuke a first mate, and it's just GG, because now they can play a unit and then just use the first mate again and conquer. Now they could use the riposte to make it so the Mind Splitter cannot be played on the Candlelit Sanctum. Yeah, for those who don't know, Ezreal signature Ezreal signature can play when it replays your unit. There's still a showdown going on, so you still own the battlefield, even though you don't have a unit on there, because you lose the control of a battlefield only when the showdown ends. So Ezreal could have now used the signature on their Mind Splitter and play the Mind Splitter to the Candlelit Sanctum, even though they don't even have any units there, because they still have the control of the battlefield, which is very weird. and there's some problem with the stream. There's a dragon in hand and a he didn't trigger Fiora. That's true. And I think he should have also used the... Oh yeah, this is the Candle's Sanctum. True. No, this is the Candle's Sanctum. Yeah, my bad. If he had Sabotage and didn't play it before before attacking, that would have been crazy. And yeah, Jibs, I'm learning English. Now I know how to pronounce riposte. But yeah, imagine if he had the Sabotage in hand all this time. I didn't see. Did he keep the Sabotage? I'm from Finland, Decapod. So did they keep the Sabotage at the top of the deck? I was too busy talking. Second, yeah. Yeah, you're at like 8 runes when you get... Ooh. Okay, so there's the Matron. Is there a first mate in the trash? I do think there's a first mate in the trash, yeah. So there's a first mate. The Ezreal is on 3 energy. There's 10 might against 8. 10 against 8. And it's GG. So that was a very awkward game. But we win those. We win those. We win those. Fiora, come back, please. That was a very awkward game, but Fiora comes on top, and I'm just happy we get to game 3. Honestly, I don't really care if Fiora or Ezreal win. As long as we have good games and the games don't end in 5 minutes, then I'm happy. Then I'm a happy camper. Is this Ez not running singularities? I'm not too sure. I am not too sure. Would be very weird if Ezreal didn't run any singularities, because, I mean, singularity just counters Draven so hard too, so it would make no sense to run no singularities. And the stream is bugging out once again. I don't know why. Let's hope it stops. The Chinese stream has had some slight lag, or maybe it's just me. Okay, so Pit Crew version doesn't, okay. But I think 1 might be fine. Yeah, I think 1 is very good, because at the end of the day, you can also discard it. And Ezreal is also surprisingly stable at finding even the one-offs. So if you need to find the one-off singularity against Draven, then you're very happy. Yeah, hard bargain is a problem though, you're right. Man, Purple got some good cards. Purple got some amazing cards. And quick draw is very annoying. Like, the only reason why singularity is a little bit weak is because of quick draw. It's just very painful into Draven. But like we saw in that game, it's very good into Ezreal. So I still do think, not singularity, riposte. I was thinking about riposte. So Riposte, very good into Ezreal, not that good into quick draw, so not that good into Draven. So I think Riposte is a one-off in the main and a one-off in the side. So you can have two Ripostes against Ezreal. I think that's the math behind Riposte. Oh yeah, true. But Chips, I'm sorry, man. Sorry. Riposte, yeah. Riposte. Forgetting. I'm gonna be mispronouncing a lot of things, so this is some good anger management class. This is an anger management class for you guys. Getting rage baited by my pronunciations. If you singularity versus Draven and they quick draw an axe or a hard bargain, you just get blown out. Yeah. Yeah. Also riposte, not riposte, riposte is... It hurts to play against hard bargain too, because usually when you play riposte, you are really in a tight... How to say riposte? Hey, thank you. You know, you learn something new every day. You learn something new every day. Today I have learned how to pronounce riposte. And everybody's happy. So even if Draven wins today, we all won today. The end of the day. I'm gonna quickly refresh the site to see if we can maybe, possibly, and hopefully fix the lag. And we're gonna put this. And welcome to Jeeb's English class. You passed, thank you, thank you. I passed the first word. Only like couple 100,000 words to go. I missed the battlefields, my bad. Let's hope the stream stops lagging. And we have a good game 3. Let's hope the game 3 is very long, so we don't have to wait between the matches that long. You know, that's the meta. That's the Chinese live stream meta. Yeah, Ezreal played unchecked power on game 1, and it was kinda good though. It was kinda good. These are some interesting battlefield choices. Fiora has the battlefield that lets you ready a gear. Sorry, my bad. I need to drink some water. But yeah, Fiora has the battlefield that lets you ready a gear. Yeah, the unchecked power wasn't that amazing, but it still got some value. Ezreal is playing Dreaming Tree. Lets you draw cards. Let's see if Fiora will get value out of their battlefield. I'm gonna be very curious of how strong this battlefield actually is. On paper it sounds good, but is it good actually? Like, in theory, yes, but Fiora does take the deal of the devil, taking a gold token, giving Ezreal a gold token. We see a riposte in hand, a hidden blade, and a couple of units. So this is a very good hand for Fiora. I don't think this hand even needs hook specifically, because with the first mate, Fiora can look to conquer 2 battlefields next turn. Or even take the Fiora out of the battlefield this turn with the first mate, if they choose to play it. So yeah, I do think the first mate is surprisingly good. Might slot in a 1 or 2 in my deck. We also haven't seen any sets from this Fiora. I just realized. That's crazy. That is a little crazy. What's your opinion on no sets? The Fiora got buffed by the 2-drop, and they hit a Hidden Blade there. So it's gonna be near impossible for Ezreal to kind of break through that battlefield. Ezreal does have Pit Crew in hand, so probably very happy about that. And Ezreal chooses to get rid of the ganking gear, plays a cold shot. So those 2 gold that Ezreal got previously gonna be very, very good. Finds a seal. Oh no. Oh no. Ezreal's finding the good stuff. Drops a card. Yeah, he chucked the boots, which is interesting. And Subukai, I mean, I'm probably looking to buy these sets like right now, because I don't think they're that expensive, if I remember correctly. You can tell me if I'm wrong. So gonna invest in those sets, and maybe even a Kiana. I could see a Kiana or 2 in Fiora. It's a draw, it's a rune, and it has deflect, so Kiana could be pretty good. What is the Ezreal playing? What did the Ezreal play? Oh yeah, he played the Peach Rookie. Okay, my bad. Played Peach Rookie. Think you should buy 3, can always sell 1. Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, Kiana and Zed are kind of like staple cards. They're always stable cards. Yeah, Pit Crew. I mean, they both have Pit in them, you know? They both have Pit in them. Chooses to Hidden Blade their own Pit Rookie. Now they kill the Pit Rookie. They find a Salvage, which is actually a pretty good side deck against Ezreal. Yeah, Subukai, that's true. Most people do want to trade rather than sell right now. And Decapod, yeah, I don't think Kiana or Zed will decrease in price, so it's a very safe investment. Still no hook, by the way. And imagine, once again, if Fiora had 1 seal. Fiora could play seal, play the Salvage. Zed Brawler is at 25? What? That's crazy. Why did it get so high? Fiora chooses to use the Call the Glory and chooses to use the buff as the cost. to get the draw from the battlefield and to get a gear from getting mighty. So getting some good value out of the Call the Glory. But yeah, why is set 25 euros? Why? Plays the first mate. First mate clears the other battlefield. Doesn't have any gear to ready with the battlefield, so can't really use it. Because Fiora is doing well in these games. Yeah, but this Fiora doesn't look like they're running set. And the first mate did get very good value there. So first mate looking pretty strong. Another pit rookie is being played. Wait, this is not pit rookie, pit crew. Pit crew is being played. Yes, not pit rookie. Yeah, the Fiora on the last tournament, yeah, did run sets. And Fiora is the new set from set 1. It's a very good deck, just need a good pilot. Yeah, Fiora is so hard to play. It's way harder than Darius Hook. Like, it feels like Darius Hook was the tutorial at this point. Yeah, very good salvage from Fiora. Getting rid of the call, so pit crew can't ready itself with the gold. Unfortunately, Israel does play a seal, so now pit crew is readied. With the seal, they play cold shot twice. And they take Mind Splitter. And probably a Bellows Breath, I would say. I mean, that would make some sense. Yeah, they took the Bellows Breath. The Ezreal hasn't gotten a lot of value out of their legend in these games, which is unfortunate. Fiora looks good in the game here. Lots of cards in hand, lots of runes. Yeah, it looks way better than, at least the hand size looks way better. I think using the... Oh, he took the card sharp. Okay, as a seasoned Ezreal player yourself, would you have taken the card sharp or the Bellows Breath there? But yeah, the Fiora got like, I think 2 draw from the Dreaming Tree. So Fiora is in a very good spot here. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to who plays their cards better. Ezreal going for the -4, I think. At least that way they could get the Ezreal Legend proc if they go for the -4. Oh. Okay, so the Ezreal went only for -2. I mean, I guess, yeah. But you have only 1 energy up anyways, so couldn't you have played the card, the repeat cost, to just draw 1 from the legend? Hiding a switcheroo. Let's hope the Fiora can read the hidden card. But the switcheroo is kind of weird here, because now if the pit crew gets killed by... if the switcheroo, if the pit crew gets killed by the dragon, then the switcheroo kind of just disappears. So a very aggressive switcheroo. I wish we could see their hands a little bit better. I'm not too sure what's in the Fiora's hand. A pitch rookie. Okay, so the switcher is getting like no value here, which is very well played from the Fiora. Kinda playing around the switcheroo, and switcheroo only giving +1. Still choosing to riposte. Riposte. My bad. Still choosing to riposte the switcheroo. I'm walking on thin ice here with Jeeps on the chat. So I think riposting that is a little interesting. But also I don't know the Fiora's hand, so it's hard to say. Israel is playing a little desperate for some tempo. Yeah, and at this point, something like Mind Splitter feels a little too slow in this stage in the game. Or what's your opinion on the Mind Splitter? Because it just doesn't get enough done. Fiora still has like 4 cards in their hand, so I don't know. I don't think Mind Splitter is very good, because I know Ezreal has one, if I remember correctly. There's another salvage in Fiora's hand, actually. So that could be something to look out for. At that point, I think if Ezreal plays Call and it gets salvaged, I think that's like the last call almost. Mind Splitter I don't like, because unless you have cleared the board, you're not really impacting the game. Yeah, that's true. Like, Mind Splitter is... It's surprisingly slow, and it's only good when you're ahead. So, first of all, you have to get ahead. They did play the Mind Splitter, and... I guess they get rid of the dragon. Yeah, they do get rid of the dragon. It makes sense, but the Mind Splitter really didn't get enough done, in my opinion. It's too slow. It's only just a 7-might body, and with 2 BF swords in hand, even the pitch rookie can get through the Mind Splitter. So the Mind Splitter is too slow. Yeah, now Fiora develops and goes 6, yeah. I mean, it just might be Fiora Hook in the finals. Wow. Set 2 is looking promising for us Hook enjoyers. Fiora should have this in the bag. On the contrary, well, people running Gearhead, yeah, that's true. But like I said in my previous Fiora video, even if you get to use your hook once, usually it's enough. If you use your hook once, you get a, you get value, And then if you're after that, if your opponent uses something to then kill the hook, they lose value. So it's kind of a plus. You already got your value, and your opponent has to use, 2 energy or something to get rid of the hook. So it's slowing down your opponent's next turn quite a bit. So I'm not too worried about the gear hate. The Ezreal trades, which is interesting because I think Ezreal is slowly running out of units. So I do think Fiora likes the trade here, if I'm not wrong. I think Ezreal is kind of scared that Fiora will get to 6 points. So that's why he chose to do the trade. But I do think it's still a plus for Fiora to take the trade there. Like, they're making the Pit Rookie mighty. Or not. They're making the Fiora mighty. Okay. They're making the Fiora mighty. Yeah, I guess Pit Rookie is just a 3 point anyways, if they choose to go for it. He should have kept the Bellows Breath previously for a Watcher plus Ezreal combo. Yeah, I do think keeping the Bellows Breath was the right play previously. Card Sharp is too little too late, basically. 3 Might in this stage of the game won't do anything. Fiora chooses to take a step back and develop the board, and I think either a dragon or a matron just should be the game here. Ezreal does find a pit crew, so is Ezreal back? They have another Mind Splitter, and I think this should be a good time to play the second Mind Splitter. Wow. Is the second Mind Splitter gonna make the Ezreal crawl back into this game? Well, there isn't many good targets. I guess the best target would almost be Salvage, because Salvage draws a card, honestly. And I think Fiora should just play the Salvage in general. Where, if the Ezreal doesn't take the Salvage out now, Fiora should play the Salvage when Ezreal goes to Conquer with the Mind Splitter. Because at this point you just want to play the Salvage for the draw. Either mate or BF sword. He should have put 14 might on one battlefield. That's true, but then wouldn't you just insta-lose to a dragon top deck? A BF sword got taken out. But yeah, Jibs, wouldn't the Ezreal just lose to dragon if they committed everything? Sure, but you lose that anyway. Well, that's true, that's true. Now, I think that's a Spectral Matron on the... or a dragon. Either one of those. Yeah, it's a Matron. So, Fiora top-decked a Matron. And we're back. They look like they're playing the Salvage to draw one. So, maybe the Fiora is listening to me. Maybe I'm talking to Fiora right now. Yeah, they play the Salvage. Draw one. They win the combat, so they're gonna get the 6 points this turn. Which is insane. And this is a... Gast his Ezreal to draw. Yeah, okay, yeah. They did do that, yeah. Jeeps, you gotta stop talking to Ezreal. You gotta stop giving him tips. That's illegal. That's illegal. But I think this game should be in Fiora's hands right now with the matron, because that's just so much, so many units, and Ezreal is kind of running out of units. They have, I think those two Mind Splitters might almost be the last units in their deck at this point. And one Watcher, obviously, yeah. They have one or two, so they have Watchers and those Mind Splitters. So Fiora should win this, but at least we got a good game 3. Watcher plus Bellows Breath might be the only saving grace. Yeah, and it's all if he stacks a battlefield, and it's a saving grace even if he doesn't stack a battlefield, because doesn't Bellows Breath hit base. So yeah, I guess Bellows Breath could do the trick. I don't think Ezreal knows about Watcher Bellows Breath. Fiora gets to 6 points, so I don't think Ezreal knows about Watcher Bellows Breath. He had good chances to play it. He put a Watcher at the bottom. Okay, so the Ezreal is kind of making suboptimal plays. But as a Fiora believer, I don't mind. Fiora gets to 6 points, and he's doing stuff. They ready their Fiora champion with the other Fiora champion. They get the Fiora champion back, and it's looking promising. They even hide, most likely, a hidden blade. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, we might have a Fiora hook in the China Regional Finals. What is that card they played? I don't remember what the card was that they played. Yeah, but how did the Fiora get Unmighty? Yeah, detach battlefield. I go BF sword, reattach. Oh yeah, from the... Oh, that's true. Is the temple the new meta, actually? That's crazy. That is crazy. The Ezreal goes to Conger, probably gets the 5 points here. Damn, that temple might be the new meta, I'm not gonna lie. With a BF sword on board, the temple is basically a first mate. Yeah, that's fine. If you have seals, maybe worth. Yeah, because the temple could ready. The temple could ready a seal, it could ready a hook, it could ready your... anything. My bad, I'm back. No Bellows is GG. And in your list, the temple makes sense. Yeah, I could try it. I could try it. I'm not too impressed on the when you conquer pay one to draw if you have a mighty. It hasn't been that amazing, surprisingly. The hidden blade gets revealed, and the hidden blade is used on the pit rookie. Oh, and the the Fiora finds a riposte and a punch first. I mean, what can the Ezreal do anymore? The Fiora can just keep re-equipping the BF swords next turn and attacking. They have riposte, so yeah. We have a Fiora in the finals of the China Regionals. That's crazy. So Veil Temple over Sunken Temple. Yeah, you could try that. You could try Veil Temple over Sunken Temple. It could make sense. Not a single hook was played this round. Yeah, I mean, I think people are kind of misunderstanding how hook works because, like for example, Jeeps said, Rat Ezreal works without pit crew, so Hook Fiora also works without hook. The same thing. And with this, the game should be over. Getting rid of the rebuke should just be game. Make Ezreal look bad. So if Fiora wins the finals, then I'm not cool anymore because I'm playing the meta. Maybe it's possible that he's playing hook only with the +1 battlefield. Yeah, that's also a possibility. I like Zone Warrants too much as a go second battlefield. Yeah, Zone is just... It's just so valuable. They don't get rid of the rebuke because they don't want the enemy to kill the BF sword. Because BF sword is so much might. Oh yeah, and he has riposte. True. So this should be game. This should be game. You're still cool because your list is better. Thank you. That means so much. Thank you. Yeah, can't even play the rebuke. Yeah. And that's an exact trade which lets Fiora kind of unequip the BF sword. So now they can pit Rookie to the right battlefield. There's still a lot of might on the Ezreal's battlefield, so yeah, could Fiora just go on the bottom battlefield and hold? So, is there a way? You have riposte on hand, so is there a way you lose if you just go hold to the bottom battlefield? Ezreal's units are stuck on the top battlefield. Like, isn't it safer to just hold here? Get to 7 points and hold. the switcheroo is played, and most likely riposte is being played. This game is getting very close. No way, does he actually forget the Dreaming Tree trigger? No way, oh no, that's so bad. That is so bad. Oh no, but Fiora still has the punch first, and now if Spectral Matron gets rebuked, Fiora still will have the BF sword. So I think Fiora still has this game. Oh, they didn't take the Dreaming Tree because they buffed their Pitroki. They buffed their the Pitroki with the riposte. Wait, Ezreal drew the signature spell, and they still have 5 energy up. Okay. Oh no, Ezreal might have it. Oh no, Ezreal might have it actually. He does have punch first, and I think Fiora should have held the bottom battlefield. I think... Oh man. Ezreal might have just done it. Ezreal might have just done it. You can let him conquer, play the signature, bring the Mind Spear back, do 3 damage. Yeah, he replayed the Ezreal. Oh, that's a cold shot. No way. No way. I think Ezreal won. Ezreal might have won. And the rebuke. Oh. No. No, it's over. It's over. It's over. Hey, it's still not lost. It's still not lost. No. We gotta stay believing. So yeah, Jibs. Imagine if he didn't get the Dreaming Tree. He would have lost the game. Ezreal does have only... Look at Ezreal's runes, by the way. He can't play Watcher next turn. He can't even play a Watcher next turn. Yeah, he didn't pull the Ezreal back. And this Fiora is the Fiora that can ready your own units. So even if you rebuke this Fiora, it can just instantly accelerate itself. Next turn. He doesn't have runes for The action got readied. The action got readied with the BF sword. The BF sword gets equipped, and it's GG. I didn't know he had action in hand. Why didn't he pull Ezreal? True. Ezreal did nothing here. No way. This game is so intense. Yeah, I think if the Ezreal played perfectly, they could have won the game here. He could have pulled the Ezreal with the signature spell. He played the signature spell on the Ezreal, so they could have played it to base. Luca asked if I'm done with Darius Hook, or am I testing new stuff? Darius Hook suffers so much against Draven, so in this meta, I'm not playing it yet, but Darius Hook had some insane high rolls you could do. So I think when the meta is right, Darius Hook might do a comeback. And it's a game. So the Fiora actually won this game. That was a 1 hour and 45 minutes. And finally Fiora takes the victory. That's crazy. That's crazy. We have a Fiora Hook in the regional finals. I mean, of course we have a Fiora Hook in the regional finals. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we have a Fiora Hook in the regional finals? The great prophecy is true. Hook. The great Hook prophecy is true. Wow, I can't believe we have a Hook in the regional finals. That just made my day. That just made my day. I think my year has already peaked. The 2026 peaked in January. It's over. It's over, guys. It's Darius Hook is just a lot of value with things like Draven and Vayne. Yeah, and Darius Champion is also so good. Just the Draven matchup is so rough that as long as Draven is meta, Darius can't be meta basically. Fiora Hook, but he didn't play a single Hook in 3 games. I mean, Hook is just like a win more card. The deck is very good in itself, and Hook is just insane, basically. So maybe he boarded them out. Yeah, they could have. Yeah, I don't think it would make sense, because it's just low risk, high reward, basically. So siding it out, in my opinion, wouldn't make sense. But I guess if he doesn't have enough space in the deck, so for example he put 2 salvages in the deck and maybe another riposte, so maybe if he didn't have space in the deck, they could have put Hook to the side, possibly, but it still wouldn't make sense in my opinion. But no set is pretty weird. No set is pretty weird, I'm not gonna lie. Bots want a game. I'm probably gonna have to go on a little bathroom break at least. So, we'll have to see after that. Maybe grab something to eat. And ready myself for the finals. So, I'm gonna be right back in like 5 minutes. We can possibly play one game while we wait for the finals. There shouldn't be that long of a break between the semifinals and finals because this game took over 1.5 hours. So I'm pretty sure the next match is gonna start pretty quickly. So we'll have to see. But yeah, so be right back. Go do your stuff, and soon we have Fiora Hook in the regional finals.
欢迎大家回来啊！那其实我们刚刚也是在精彩回放的环节当中再去找我们的复盘画面，但是我们3个真的是就回顾这局发生的这3局，这3局值得去讨论的交互实在是太多了，值得想玩这2套卡组的玩家们反复观摩一下。对，就是如果你是真的想要去玩剑姬或者去学 Ezreal 怎么去玩，这场录像是一定要去看的，因为他真的把2个选手牌组所有的潜力，包括2个选手所有的博弈达到了极致。那我们也可以稍事休息一下，一会儿期待一下我们最后的总决赛吧。
其实场面上来看，这2分还是很轻松的可以拿到的。
但是下一回合对面要8分了，怎么办呢？
他选择出卡莎了，也只能出卡莎了。
他想要去想办法防至少1片战场。
我喜欢这里，说不定会留下来。
但对面场上的2只会下一回合会变
吧，先抽一张牌看一下。
看呀，星落来了，
神抽
有星落，这张牌卡组给了他回应。
那星落直接全部都给你点掉，你2张小位。再次恭喜周逆选手拿下了我们今天第2轮瑞士轮比赛的胜利。
开始御风而行，这个 combo 确实有点意思，
这个联动还是比较厉害的。开刷
再打出御风而行，没问题，按照顺序一步步来。乘风龟移动，撤回来，直接3个亿加3分，真就没有别的单位吧？就2张亚索，开动，
反正直刷。
我将遵循此道，直至终结。
就这2个面具让乘风龟变成了6点战力。
好，御风而行，
开始漂移，
又来1回合3分。他这套卡组真的是
直接拉下去，
全部都是围绕着亚索。
熊猫2比0，要干脆利落的赢下了养鸟人。
现在感觉昆卡这里很难解决这个场面。怎么说？
开红尾。
好，2个一起推，反手昆卡他也没有什么频率了。刚 刚说没有平哇，神之一手，神之一手，召唤精灵，
直接拿下来的方法。
这感觉一个10，一个8，感觉绝望之强啊！
绝望了，因为没有手牌了。
对，没有手牌了。
好，这边硬换了一个，
又换了一个，但是另外一边怎么办？
哦，是一个
复仇，
复仇是可以解掉的。是什么？是剑姬。那这样子，两边7比7。来了，手上的招牌动作，他知道对面如果手上有手段的话，自己就输了。
玉衡手链来了，
摸一张，摸到是什么？
美味仙灵。哇，没有办法，
没有办法。让我们恭喜累2比0拿下少侠，挺进下一轮。
那这里被射线要接敲诈了。
等对面敲诈了再去。
奥回打球。反应了择日再战。
再接一个敲诈，那这样的话折不回去。
是的，
这一下确实这个利用反应让对面没有办法折回去的操作，
非常的秀。
一柳之巅的效果可以让欧米伽 Zero 再去抽一张牌，
是什么呢？
有千尾，2张千尾，
哇，又是3连千尾。对 Omega Zero 来说，他的冠军卡牌距离他仅有1步之遥了，
已经来到6比2的分差了。
来了吗
？2张蓝色符文就可以让千尾以活跃状态进场。
千尾监视者
要结束了，恭喜 Omega Zero 选手。
欢迎各位来到活人战场，英雄联盟对战卡牌全国公开赛的比赛直播现场。
活人战场英雄联盟对战卡牌第1赛季全国公开赛正式开幕。
3个人全都是我教的，你们怎么打败我？
拿到了制胜分，恭喜神之手战队。
看看你的手气如何？哇，限定礼盒！
大家好，我是今天的特邀解说 Chris 9三。
欢迎。
杀的话就是他会有很多那些法术。
情况来了！
神之一手，他来了！
来了！
啥时候见过这种画面啊？那也是恭喜 Omega Zero 选手成功进入到我们的总决赛。从上千名选手当中淬炼而出的2位顶级召唤师，终于迎来了决赛的对决。
可以说今天的 Omega Zero 是我们的千尾代言人。Omega Zero 选手登上了今天的竞技之巅。
这张奖励卡对于他们来说一定是意义非凡。各位召唤师们，我们第2弹复魂淬炼，不见不散。
一杯牛奶。
不是吧？长沙第3列那塔，你什么时候这么厉害了？
你佛山第9兰博也不赖呀。
构筑摆下。哇
！3杯 Sparkling Water 记在我淄博第1德莱门头上。
老公你真厉害，可以教我玩吗？
啊，小意思。我来。你也玩服人战场啊？
偶尔玩2局罢了。
这是什么？好耀眼！
好耀眼！
好耀眼！
是时候展现真正的技术了。
好强的气场啊！
我无法识别他的等级。我也是。
这才是高手。
来，服人战场，人人都是主角。
说不说？说不说？说不说？你倒是问呢！打了3天3夜了，我也没说不说。
服务站长这次有什么新传奇啊？
有12个新传奇呢。
有没有那种让人很心动的？
灵魂莲华，他来了。
符文战场全新系列《铸魂淬炼》，12张灵魂莲华签名超编，期待与你在战场碰拳。
还有没有什么新花样？
有的，有的，包有的。新系列、新玩法、新武装，快来构筑属于你的新卡组吧！
哇，听上去好好玩，我现在就要玩。
可是我们有4个人啊。
符文战场不仅有1v1，还有2v2多人大乱斗玩法。
出来吧！
敲他的痛快！
随时随地和好朋友一起开玩，组队征服战场，享受并肩作战的乐趣。符文战场等你来玩。
Okay, gang. I'm back. So, Jibs, you still wanna play a game? Okay, let me just set this up and I think I need to Oh no, you can cheat and look at my hand. I know you would do that. You sneaky and evil Ezreal player. Who won, Ezreal or Fiora? Fiora, obviously. Of course Fiora won. I'm just kidding, it was pretty close. It was pretty close, but Fiora ended up winning. The Ezreal did make a lot of misplays. So I think Fiora would have lost if the Ezreal played perfectly. Jeep, you wanna send your code or... Yep. So yeah, unfortunately for the Ezreal that he lost because of some mistakes, but very fortunate for us hook enjoyers. And I'm quickly just gonna beat Jibs with this hook deck, and then we'll watch the finals. I guess I'm just gonna start with this then, and I'm gonna roll a 20. Ooh, a 11, so I should win. Easy game. So I go first. What was the mistake? There were multiple. I think the biggest mistakes were like taking wrong cards out of stacked decks and stacked decks and the cold shots. So there could have been some optimization there. And you can just pass me the turn, Jibs. So that's one of the, or some of the misplays they made. I play a honest broker and just pass. But yeah, I'm a Fiora enjoyer myself, so I don't mind. And it's just very cool to see other decks than Draven finally finding some success. So there's most likely a Wages of Pain waiting for me. So we're actually just gonna... I could just do this. It would be very cool. Wages of Pain wouldn't kind of do anything. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. And then equip it. I get the Fiora Legend proc back because it becomes mighty. I go and go here. I go here with this guy, get a point, and if you don't do anything, obviously. Who do you think will win the Bologna? I mean, there's gonna be so much Draven that Draven has a big chance of winning just from having such a big representation across the board. So obviously Draven is gonna have a big chance. But I do think there's a high possibility, especially in the West, that so that goes through and I pass then. Yep. So there's a high possibility that there's some cooking in the West, because as we have seen before, China has been very focused on a couple of the top decks, and they haven't been very imaginary with their decks. So West also found very good answers to Kai'Sa, etc. So I do think West has a big chance of beating Draven finally. And if I was playing in the Bologna, of course Fiora Hook would win the tournament, obviously. Then I play Fiora, play Vanguard's Captain, get 2 tokens, and you can kill my tokens if you want to. Why not Darius? Well, because Darius suffers against Draven so much, and as long as Draven is meta, Darius Hook really can't be meta. But on the other hand, Darius Hook did have way better and more explosive hook combos. So there's some cooking there, but it's just very dependent on the meta. Yeah, that goes through. And I just realized the cropping is very off in this. So yeah, have you tried a non-hook version of Darius? I actually haven't, because Darius does feel like it's struggling with draw so much that it feels like it kind of needs the hook. So that's my logic behind it. I have tried Rek'Sai, Ezreal, Hook, Fiora, even some Azir, but I haven't tried Hookless Darius yet. Let's see how the stream is doing. Okay. You're just yapping. And I think Jeeves might be in trouble. Jeeves does have a lot of cards though. 10 cards. So it's just up to the Ezreal if they can utilize their cards well enough. The pit crew is out. And we go to 3. We go and threaten the Ezreal with the Honest Broker. A frigid touch. Yep, so it just dies. Wait, did she use it once or twice? I didn't notice. Well, no matter what, this guy dies anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah.
再打出御风而行，没问题，按照顺序一步步来。乘风龟移动撤回来，
Then
一加3分，
I could
就2样亚索，开动。
just go here with the Vanguard Captain, equip the sword, to recycle one, it gets mighty. Then I use my Fiora Legend, so I'm to ready it. So I'm floating 2. I go to 4 points. I put this Fiora here, and I put Pit Rookie here, buffing my Fiora worthy, because I want to keep my Victorious at 4 might, so I can ready it up with my. I want to keep my Fiora Victorious at 4 might, so I can ready it up with Fiora worthy when I need to. So I can pull this back. It becomes 4 might because it isn't at the war camp. Then I can ready it if I need to, etc., etc. So it can't become mighty if it's already mighty. The cool is out. Yeah, Fiora does have ganking. That's true. That is true. Yeah. Well, either way, either way. Okay, so Frigid touch twice plus stupefy. This is very small and it goes here. Yeah, I love my war camp. I love my war camp. But yeah, Fiora does have ganking. But at least Fiora not being mighty enables me to get my Fiora Legend proc if I need to. If that makes any sense. Another call is out. Okay. The China regionals still aren't continuing. The breaks between the games in the China regionals are so big. And now I can do this. I can move Fiora here. I get to 6 points. I can now play Pitch Rookie, buff my Fiora, get a rune, Fiora gets to be mighty, I pay 1 yellow to ready it, and take it back. So that's why I didn't want to buff Fiora before. Then I go here, and I just slam down a Hardest Dragon. And pass. I'm kinda running out of yellow runes, I'm not gonna lie. I think the orange Fiora is too weird, honestly. Yeah, true. If there was a battlefield that where you could only have 1 unit, then it would be pretty good. But right now it's very weird. No, the Bellows Breath. Cheater. Gyps is cheating, guys. On what? I didn't see what you were targeting. My bad.
哇，玩两局罢了。这是什么？好耀眼！
好耀眼，好耀眼！
Okay.
是时候展现真正的技术了。
So this,
他的气场啊！
我无法识别他的等级。
this, and this. And you recycled enough, right? For the double deflect.
人人都是主角。
Yeah, it's GG. I have hidden blade in hand, so it's over.
说不说？说不说？说不说？说不说？你倒是问。我也没说不说。
总统这这是什么新传奇啊？
I have
有没有那种让人很心动的？灵魂莲华。
seven units.
新系列铸魂淬炼，12张灵魂莲华签名超编，期待与你在战场碰拳。
还有没有什么新花样？
有的，有的，包有的。
新系列、新玩法、新武装，快来构筑属于你的新卡组吧！
哇，听上去好好玩，我现在就要玩。
可是我们有4个人啊，图文战场不仅有1v1，还有2v2，多人。
You play 7-5, right? Yeah. GG. Okay, the stream still hasn't started. We can go to game 2. Yeah, I do play 7-5 runes. That's true. And still I almost ran out of yellows there. So 2 of seal is very good, in my opinion. I don't think I need these cards in this matchup, honestly. I'll put that in. Put one of those in. I'm actually gonna take one of those out. I don't think those are that good either. And I might just go with this. Okay, Batsu's deck is legal. Let's go. Yep, good luck, good luck. That is a pretty tempting hand, I'm not gonna lie. Ooh. I might just have to get... Now we gamble. We just hope we get something good with this and we win the game. And we win the game. Honest broker and Asp. Please give me the Vanguard captain one time. It would be so good. That's something. Oily control. Yeah. I'm trying to go here. I unfortunately have to throw the rally the troops away. Damn. Damn. Okay, I have something very explosive planned for next turn, so I'm gonna play BF Sword into a seal, into equipping the BF Sword. This becomes mighty with the Fiora Legend and Asp. The purple is stacking their deck once more. Always hacking, these guys. They're always hacking. Well, well, well. Cold shot. Israel just looked through like 25% of their deck in one turn. Yeah, that's fine, Gyps, that's fine. That's crazy. Cool. How do I look at bottom? You kinda can't. When you look at bottom, it shuffles your whole deck, so you just have to, I don't know. you can do how you feel is the best. Yeah, I noticed. You can take it out of your bottom, but then it shuffles your deck basically. So yeah, just redo it.
大家好，我是解说记得，同时也是符文战场的皮城学院导师。作为一款以英雄联盟为背景的集幻式对战，
Okay, it's still in Stars. I wonder how is the break between the matches so long in the regionals when the last match lasted 1.5 hours. That's crazy. That is crazy.
被称为活跃状态，意味着它已准备就绪，可以随时使用。相反，横置状态放置的卡牌意味着它已被使用或者移动，无法再次进行。
I get the gear.
之为休眠状态，有点像游
And boom.
英雄的技能处于冷却 CD 中。
Now
当你看到这个图标时，表示你需要将卡牌。
let me show you how it's done.
如果看到回收这个表述，
We
将该卡牌
play
放回到对应排队的最下方。
Fiora Worthy,
传奇英雄了，传奇牌会放在
Fiora Victorious,
角符文以及颜色决定了哪些卡牌能
Equip,
卡牌上的文本内容是这张传奇的技能，决定了
it becomes mighty.
一张同名的英雄单位牌
Pay for the cost with the Fiora Worthy and go here.
显示了打出其所需要的法力无能费用。法力费用需要横置
And we're at
相应数量
10 runes next turn. That's crazy.
费用则需要透过回收的方式
Very balanced. Very balanced.
符文卡牌正面朝下放回符文排队的最下方。右上角数值叫做战力，代表该单位能造成的伤害以及能承受的伤害。文本内容同样是这个英雄单位的技能。选定的英雄单位
Yep,
可以像
yep.
手牌一样在对局中打出使用。符文排堆放置在对应区域，可以把符文排堆
The rat is back.
看作是你整局游戏中的经济支援。主排堆将会被放置在这个区域。
But see, guys, you don't necessarily need hook with this deck. I think the most important card is the BF sword, actually, not the hook. So that's that.
装备牌打出后将会以活跃状态存在于你的基地中，而法术牌将会在你。
I will then use salvage on your call.
这里也告诉大家一个小 tips， 单位也
I should have used it before, my bad.
控制的战场来拱
Actually, I didn't have energy for that.
上的单位处于活跃
I'm
可以进行一次
very smart.
一般情况下只能从你的
I will then go
战场
here,
出战场移动
go to 4,
移动后将
discard a
当其移
one
动
of those.
你就成功征服了一处战场，可以获得1分。最先获得8分的玩家
And
最终的胜利。当你移动至一处存在敌方单位的
play
将即刻发生一次战斗。首先，单位所用
Honest Broker,
技能将会生效，然后
play Hook,
扭转战局。在这之后将会
play Pitruki here, buffing the Honest Broker
各自战场
for 2,
单位的战力总和，然后
then hooking the 3 might beat Pitruki.
所有存活
I mean Honest Broker, what am I saying? 3 might Honest Broker.
如果
Yes.
该处战场上只存在进攻方
Then I get to get top 5,
成功会获得1分。
take a
都有单位
Fiora Victorious,
将需回到其基地之中。
and
一个回合内，在所有战场上都获得过
You have 7, so
制胜的第8分。当然也有另一
I
种说法
mean,
在你的回合开始时，如果你的单位仍然
I
存在于战场上，称之
I
为
guess I'm just
可以
gonna
获得1分，
put
也
it to
可
the
以获得
battlefield.
制胜的
I don't
8分。
see a way where I'm cooked here,
符文战场的基本操作。今年夏天，
except
下一碰拳。
yeah, Watcher would be annoying, but then my units, yeah, yep.
说不说？说不说？说不说？你倒是问啊！打了3天3夜了，我也没说不说。
符文战场这次有什么新传奇啊？
有12个新传奇呢。
有没有那种让人很心动的？
灵魂莲华，它来了。
符文战场全新系列铸魂淬炼，12张灵魂炼华签名超编。
Fiora Victorious is so broken, I'm not gonna lie.
有的有的，包有的。
新系列
Literally like the
快来构筑属于你的新卡组吧！
哇，听上去好好玩！我现在就要。
just Fiora Victorious and BF Sword is such a strong and oppressive combo that it's almost unfair. Combined with a seal on board, it's just crazy.
组队征服战场，享受并肩作战的乐趣。符文战场等你来玩。
On another hand, I do think this deck kinda counters Rat Ezreal kinda bit.
这里是符文战场英雄联盟对战卡牌第2赛季主公开赛西部赛区的决赛现场，我是本场解说祥林。
Because
我是解说埃布特。
it's very hard for the rat to actually get value.
其实跟我们上一周的福州公开赛真的似曾相识。
The pit crew.
剑姬带着另外一种形态再度挑战德莱文。
So
其实看完之后，少侠应该也对这套剑姬，或者说你觉得他的思路在跟你之前的那套上面最大的区别在哪里？
已经在学了，我已经在学了。
只能说在学了吗？
玩法上其实有很大的区别吧。
yep, yeah, you're fine.
自己的玩法还是偏向以前色提的那种，沉淀生物，然后找机会和对手上去打架。啊，那他的话，其实在资源管理上，我觉得做得更好，然后卡组厚度也更厚。
就是在解说其实
Oh yeah, yeah, with the
观赛体验对你而言一定是能够学到。
no, with the Spire,
是剑姬，包括前面，其实像刚刚使用一泽
it's only energy that it
和德莱文的对局当中，我们也是学到了很多技巧和心得。
是的，那同样对于 Apple 2而言，其实我也想问一下，就是对于德莱文这一方，
I don't know.
战术这条吊钩剑姬，特别是前期他可能会出现上去拿完分之后吊钩，把单位处理掉，然后在后场沉淀战力的这种打法，德莱文该怎么去应对？
Yeah, yeah, I know. It's fine, it's fine.
互动牌，你直接把前场站着守住就完了，他剑姬就上不来。还有一个方面就是说对着沉淀。
When I played Rek'Sai, I missed like 5 triggers in one round. I'm not gonna even lie. Rek'Sai is just crazy. When you conquer, you have like 4 triggers and you have to do them in a specific order. Then you see a under Titan and you have to remember that you are floating 2 energy, and it's just sometimes you get just it gets complicated and you get very confused.
都是一场体力的消耗，但是来到决赛的舞台，双方的目标只有一个，就是那张冠军的专属 EZ 卡牌。我觉得这个对于他们而言是一种证明。对于德莱文，在512人的比赛当中，在那么多德莱文的情况下，
I go to 5.
跟自己一样的同行拿到了现在属于他
That is a very good top deck.
最后离
Then I go to
而对于剑姬，改变了新的形态，冷门的传奇又一次登上了决赛的舞台。而且如果说
here with wait. I have to actually think about it. Think about this for a little bit. Yeah. And the only reason why the BF sword was so oppressive is because of the seal, in my opinion. Without the seal, it wouldn't be so bad, but the seal just makes it so oppressive. So if I want to look for a Vanguard captain, I want to play a card before, so I get the... This is tough, this is tough.
那少侠，你自己的话会更看好哪一套卡组？在现在这个角度来看，
手心手背都是肉吧，都是肉，都
I should also start seeing a dragon pretty soon. So I'm gonna move Fiora here, go to 6, move Pitroki back. Um,
导致最后决策出现了一些最后让自己后悔的地方。
好好的准备。
I will actually proceed
一会儿这两名选手
and
卡组也会
kill the Fiora.
所有的观众朋友们都可以看到，大家也可以去学习。
Look at the top 5 and see a dragon, thank you.
在成人赛可能看到有剑姬夺冠，
Thank you. Not even close, not even close.
赛制毕竟是 BO3
And your pit crew is gone.
BO3 的舞台当中，你的
Not even close. Perfectly calculated. that was I was a little scared there for a second.
很有可能完全没有见过。
完全没有见到。这就是对于不同的鱼，而且其实我会比较好奇。
Ah, that's wrong.
调钩换下去之后，卡组的这个生物，
And
因为你调钩，我们
I have riposte, indeed.
像是诺手的调钩，它一般来说会在卡组当中投入大量的生物，是的，和调钩拉出来。但是你一旦把调钩换下去之后，你怎么通过这8张背牌去针对到更多的对手？
Yeah, I put a second riposte in from my side deck. Yeah, and I hit everything early basically.
其实我觉得这一届的
So
让我们看到了很多新的东西了，像是
GG.
直播上看到的奥文，我记得他的战绩是一个5胜2平，
但是非常可惜，
对，当时因为是走位的问题，碰到了一个最难打的维克托，
真的是走位的问题。感觉他如果可能多拍几个德莱文，
Yeah, the hard bargain doesn't do much when I have 12 runes.
区域赛的，这是第2场的区域赛嘛？看一下现在的竞技图情况，闪电加克己对阵到东莞熊猫，两边同时6-8，一路战胜强敌，来到最后会师决
But yeah, thanks for the games. Thanks for the games.
区域公开赛已经给我们看到足够多的新东西了。
I do have to rethink the seals. Or maybe I should put a 3rd dragon in the deck because I get to 10 runes so quickly if I have a seal on board that playing a dragon from hand doesn't even feel that bad, honestly. So I might just put a 3rd dragon in the deck. It's just so good.
还有我们熟悉的名字，累，可惜这次
It's just so good.
包括你看最后的
I'm gonna go
刀妹
put some
德莱文
wood to sauna because I'm gonna go to sauna after the finals. So
是的，
I'm gonna take a 2 minutes
说是德莱文碰到剑
and be right back.
德莱文碰上伊泽瑞尔，其实可以看得出来，剑姬和伊泽瑞尔的构筑都是在针对到德莱文的。这是为什么我们说德莱文虽然他确实很强，他确实在我们的这个淘汰赛的占比非常非常之高，转换率很夸张，但是一定是有针对他的方式。而如果你只要找对方法，或者说你对你的牌组足够了解，对于德莱文足够了解，你就能够战胜他。
他的弱点并不难攻破。
对，就可能相比于第1赛季卡莎而言，当时的卡莎和剑圣，我们能够去构筑的套牌的数量，或者说单卡的数量会比较少，可能只有第1弹的那些卡。但是我们到了第2弹，新增了那么多的卡池，我们看到了很多一些平卡的发挥，就像是伊泽瑞尔当中的这个勤务小队，对吧？他给我们的表现是完全不亚于一张高稀有度的英雄卡。
是的，
就我觉得说是他小卢锡安都已经委屈他了，
小卢锡安感觉
真委屈他了。
能产金币的路线，
卢锡安只能叫小队长，
小队长应该是没问题的，
卢锡安只能小队长，
而且一定会有更多的单卡去等待我们大家去开发。是的，像是各种色组嘛，
西部小队长。
而且其实这一弹我们已经连续2次看到，无论最终的结果怎么样，但剑姬他在2次比赛中其实占比都是比较少的，等于说我们已经连续2次看到冷门传奇杀入决赛了。
对，就是在这种占比的情况下，他要在512人比赛中杀入决赛，这个难度可想而知。
是的，
因为你基本上没有什么容错率。
如果我没有记错的话，64强应该是只有他这一套剑姬的。
64强一套，然后从64强杀到最后的决赛。
好，我们来看决赛双方的选手卡组，德莱文，来不周老师评价一下。
非常标准的非福德啊，而且看得出来是在厚度上进行了进一步的加厚。他主牌加背牌加起来有3张玄龙和3张铁甲先锋。如果说最后全部都投入到就是卡组里边的话，那我说实话，这个沉淀效率说实话有点突破天际了。
这套和你上周那套有什么区别吗？就是比较大的那种。
主要就是玄龙的数量吧，就是我当时加起来只有2张，他带了3张。
那少侠老师该你来点评一下这套剑姬了。
我可能
客观的点评一下，
不配点评，大家就学习一下吧。 吊钩剑姬。
看一下他的背牌吧，那你帮我们分析一下他的背牌。
背牌是2个决斗，2个暗中破坏。其实，背牌的卡池和大家想象中的差不多。只不过他正常主牌可能会带决斗，但是他把决斗换到了背牌里。
是的，而且我刚刚有关注到他的龙骑兵是主牌2张，然后背牌是没有的。也就是说，他如果真的在背牌局当中去把吊钩换下去的话，其实对于他的生物数量，我觉得应该不会有太大的变化。
是的。
而且龙骑兵作为一张黄色系的终结中场手段，它对于紫色系的披荆拳龙的克制效果也是很明显的。就如果那张牌没有被丢掉，我拍下来去对拍你，把你后场的披荆拳龙给点掉的话，这个杀伤力是非常巨大的。3张铁甲先锋在背牌局当中，我觉得会对皇城色组产生一个巨大的影响。
剑姬其实好像没有特别好的处理铁甲先锋的手段啊。
很难处理啊！就我自己在跟少夏玩的时候，他看到我拍铁甲先锋都是会挠到头啊，就感觉你除非是择退，你靠身材去战斗的卡组，面对铁甲先锋这个6费12的战力，真的压力很大。
但其实剑姬选手在之前和德莱文的
Finally,
试过一次答案，那就是
we're back with the finals of the China Regionals, and we have a Fiora hook in the finals, which is pretty crazy. And Sushi, I won against Ezreal. I did get some pretty good hands, and I'm just quickly gonna scale the stream so it's not so cooked. Wait. Okay. I'm sorry guys, I had to put wood to the sauna. This pit crew is such a gimmick. Some games it pops off, others it's so bad. Yeah, like, it's such a high risk card that I feel like building a deck fully around pit crew is a little too much in my opinion. It just feels too high risk. Feels too high risk to build your deck around pit crew. Is the China stream too loud or too quiet? Any opinions on that? It's Draven versus Fiora. It's Draven versus Fiora. This will be exciting. If you drew fast and yeah, burns too many runes early. Yeah, like when I played against you, I didn't really have to worry about Watcher because you were burning so many runes. So I think that's one of the problems. For sure. So Sushi, is the China stream too quiet? You want the regional stream a little bit louder? I don't... Mr. Julinek, thank you, but I don't know which is better, listening to me or listening to them. At least you won't understand what they're yapping about. Okay, I'll keep it as I'll keep it as it is. I'll keep it as it is. So Fiora starts with the war camp instantly, and the Draven starts with the peak. I mean, this is a very dependent game on the dice roll, I would say. So... Oh, Draven hit 11. Oh, no way. That's crazy. That is crazy. So I guess Draven is going first then. No, it's cooked. It's cooked, guys. Draven won the regionals. Thank you for coming, and I'll see you next time. So Draven's hand is very weird. I imagine they will take out Burn here at least. It has to be too early for Burn here at this stage. Gotta hydrate a little bit. Okay. So they're putting the... Wait. They took the Falling Star and Darius out. And kept Burn here and the gear. What? That can't be right. What? Why didn't they keep Falling Star against Fiora? Isn't Falling Star like amazing in the Fiora? Fiora's hand is very expensive. And Fiora kept both punch firsts and mulliganed a Spectral Matron and found a Spectral Matron. I would have at least mulliganed one punch first, personally. I think 2 punch firsts is a little too much. These are very weird mulligans, to say the least. Yeah, sending the Falling Star is very crazy. That's like the card against Baited Hook in general. And keeping both punch firsts are very weird too. Very good in the Firefight and Rebuke. Yeah, but now they're kinda relying on their top decks, because now that they got a Matron, 2 punch firsts, and a Akshan. Oh yeah, and yeah, true Jibs. True Jibs. Draven missed a 2-drop, so that's very huge. And the Draven is reading the Fiora card. Oh, that's funny. That's pretty funny. Reading what the card does in the finals. Okay, so they too do have a Falling Star in hand right now. And yeah, like Jeep said, they missed the 2-drop. So this is gonna be a very interesting game for Draven. They're already kind of playing from behind. I wonder if they just slam down the Draven champion and pass. I have seen many people that just slam down the Draven and pass on for energy, and they do exactly that. So a very basic start for Draven, but without a 2-drop, it just gets that much weaker. The Draven is already behind in points, basically. Fiora drew a BF sword, which has to be pretty nice here. Did I miss much after Fiora Ezreal? No, we just played some TCG Arena and we're on a game 1 of Fiora versus Draven. Proceeds to just instantly equip the BF sword, proccing the Fiora Legend to get a rune back. And I imagine Fiora has to be pretty happy with the situation right now, because even if Draven now kills off the Fiora somehow, they can just play the Spectral back, equip the sword, and from the Spectral they can play the Fiora champion, and then equip the BF sword to the Fiora and just accelerate it again. So this is a very good start for the Fiora. We're just gonna have to wait and see if they play it right, because I do think Fiora could be very aggressive here. And I don't think they really need to worry about recycling runes for example, Spectral Matron, because you have to end the game pretty quickly against Draven. Because they're gonna eventually just outdraw you. They're just gonna have way more cards than you eventually, so Fiora is basically on a clock. And Fiora does have punch first, so I don't think Draven is getting through this Fiora without a fighter flight, for example. So Fiora is probably gonna get to 2 points. Do you think yellow Darius would be good if you go more wide? The problem with yellow Darius is that your opponent will just kill the yellow Darius and nothing else. And, you know, they can just ignore the other units. They can just kill the yellow Darius first. So that's the biggest problem with yellow Darius. Yellow Darius could work if there were units with tank in your deck, basically, that could tank for the yellow Darius. The opponent is still reading the Fiora champion. Yes, this is Pirate, this is finals, yes. And you know already who I'm rooting for. You don't have to guess twice. Yeah, Pirate, I don't know if there's like some automatic thing in YouTube where they just delete links. So I don't know how streams works, honestly. I have never streamed before, I'm not gonna lie. The Draven proceeds to go for the Falling Star, which is pretty tough just because Fiora can't use Punch first. And Draven is probably pretty happy about drawing that Falling Star. Draven did throw one Falling Star away in their mulligan. So they got lucky here and drew another Falling Star, which may save their game. So I think we were right about the Falling Star being a very good card in the Fiora. Now Draven is gonna get 2 runes up when they enter turn, which is very tough for Fiora. We already see a axe in Draven's hand, which is a quick draw +3 might. So Fiora has to be very careful here on what they do. Maybe equipping the BF sword after conquering to ready Fiora again to pull her back to base. Yeah, that could have also worked. That's true, that's true. Yeah. That could have probably been the right play. Yeah. Good point, good point. I didn't even realize that line. Is Draven matchup rough for Fiora? I think the more optimized the Fiora decks get, the better the Draven matchup is actually gonna be. Fiora being able to ready your units pretty reliably is very strong in the Draven. So it's just a matter of time when Fiora is gonna be at least 50-50 in the Draven. They proceed to play the Spectral Matron. Probably gonna play a Fiora out of the Spectral Matron. The opponent is reading what Spectral Matron does. Which is very silly. Let's see if the Fiora decides to just equip the sword and attack into the Draven. With the punch first in hand, I'm pretty sure Fiora should be fine into attacking into this Draven. They're just gonna recycle a ton of runes, which is a little bit worrying. Because now they equip on the Matron, they ready it with the Fiora, so they have recycled four runes already. They have recycled 4 runes already, and if they use punch first, they have recycled 6 runes in a single turn. That's pretty crazy. But that being said, if Draven uses Whirling Death here, If that's the access name, I forgot what its real name was. If somebody can correct me, if the access name Whirling Death. But anyways, if the Draven uses the axe, they also have to recycle a rune. So no matter what happens here, I think Fury's in a good spot. Either Draven recycles a ton, you play punch first, you recycle a ton, but at the end of the day, you still win the combat, which is what matters. Yeah, Draven started. Yeah, and missed a 2-drop, so... Yeah, Spinning Axe, not Whirling Death. I have played too much League of Legends. Whirling Death is the ultimate of Draven. Yeah, so if Draven plays Spinning Axe, they're kinda in trouble. So Draven decides to not do anything. And Fiora is a very happy man. And if Draven did hit a 2-drop on their first turn, I think Draven would be leading right now. So very fortunate for the Fiora. But getting a BF sword in the early game is just like, it's so amazing. It's basically everything you could ask for when you're playing Fiora. They play down the Honest Broker, which is very good in this situation because you have both recycled a ton of runes. So maybe getting a one gold token here or there could actually make the difference right now. Draven has a Darius in hand, but do they have any way to actually ready the Darius? I don't think so. Then they have a Overzealous Fan, a Brune here, and I'm not too sure about the rest. Fiora has to be careful not to run out of cards. I think that's the only way Fiora loses this game, is that if they just run out of cards while Draven just keeps drawing cards infinitely, basically. That's a pass, and Fiora is probably gonna get to 4 points this turn, while Draven is at 1. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it might be happening, guys. Fiora might just win the game 1 against Draven in the finals. Do you think Fiora Hook is a deck for real? Getting value out of your leader ability seems a little awkward. Fiora Hook is a deck because you can get value out of your leader ability. You can hook your units that have your weapons, and that way you can move your weapons around, because weapons are usually stuck on a unit. But when you hook said unit, the weapon goes back to base, and you can kind of move your weapons around that way. They played Auction that took the BF sword, making Auction mighty and getting Fiora Legend trigger again. And each Jin, Fiora did go second, but Draven did miss a 2-drop, so that's why Draven is kind of in trouble right now. But yeah, Fiora Hook is very good. This Fiora has basically played without Hook the past 4 games though, so the Hook hasn't really been the main problem here. They almost hit a rune to the battlefield accidentally. But yeah, this Fiora has Hook in it. They just haven't been drawing the Hook. Yeah, this is Fiora Hook. They just didn't draw it yet.
他的宋雷者，他的玄龙，在这个
Hiding a hidden blade to the battlefield, and this hidden blade is very annoying because if you're Draven, you don't really want your Darius getting killed by the hidden blade, and if you're Fiora, you don't mind killing Darius, but you don't also mind hooking your own honest broker to get 2 draw, and then honest broker dying on Draven's turn. Honest broker dying on Draven's turn would make it so the gold would be ready when it's your turn. So very good hidden blade from the Fiora. Yeah, Jing. This guy really loves his punch first, not gonna lie. I don't know why he kept 2 punch firsts. Especially with a BF sword, like 2 punch firsts are such an overkill on early game. Is playing Scissors good on Fiora Hook? The Scissors are too expensive. Because if Scissors didn't cost a power when you play them, they would be so much better. But because it costs a power to play and then a power to equip, it's a little too expensive. At least from my experience. How do you think this deck fare against Miracle Draven? I think Miracle Draven might even be easier. Or I don't know. I don't know. I haven't played enough against Miracle Draven to really say anything for sure. They play Burn here, Fiora flips Hidden Blade to get 2 draw and a gold token. So very good from the Fiora. Let's hope they remember to take the gold token, please. So take the gold token. Would be very unfortunate if they forgot to take it. But yeah, Miracle Draven, I think it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I don't want to like say something is something as certain when I'm not sure myself. So yeah, Burn here ability can be reacted to. So the Fiora reacted to the Burn here ability with the Hidden Blade, killing their own unit. Draven chose not to conquer any battlefields, which will enable this Fiora to get to 6 points, possibly, if they so choose. They have the 3 punch firsts now. Ginge, it's Ginge, you called it. 3 punch firsts. They don't even have enough orange runes to use them all, so yeah, I'm pretty certain they should have mulliganed 1 punch first away at the beginning of the game. They conquer for the 6th point. Their their Spectral Matron becomes mighty. They get a proc from their legend. They ready the Matron with their Fiora champion to then pull the Matron back. That's a very good play. Wow. Yeah, 3 punch firsts look good, but they have to have... they have like 1 gold. Yeah, they have 1 gold, so they can possibly look to use 3 punch firsts next turn. Yeah, the gold kinda saves the 3rd punch first. I think purple is just good against big units. Yeah. I think it's GG for Fiora for this first game. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I also think it might be just game. I mean, this Fiora game was so lucky. I'm not like drawing just enough units to get the 6 points, and then finishing with 3 punch firsts and a riposte is is a little bit lucky. Imagine if you didn't get the units and Draven got a 2-drop and you would be trading units, then you would cry from having too many spells in your hand. So, I mean... wow, that's interesting. Draven plays a Mind Splitter, seeing the 3-punch first, and a riposte. And they kinda know they're in trouble right now. I would, if I was Draven, I would also be laughing. I mean, wow. Let's say all the stars aligned for the Fiora's game, for the Fiora's first game against this Draven. But it still depends on what the Draven has in hand, because they're gonna get 2 energy up from conquering the peak. Also, Draven's hand was awful. Yeah, true, they didn't even find a 2-drop. So... how does Matron get mighty? Does going to Triferian Battlefield count as being mighty? Yeah, if you move to Triferian Battlefield, it gives +1 and it makes it mighty. But if you play a unit straight to the battlefield, your Fiora Legend won't proc. Because it's basically instantly mighty. But moving a unit there will proc your Fiora Legend. Just a case of who was the least unlucky. I mean, it's Fiora wasn't. The other person was very unlucky, and the other person was crazy lucky. I mean, the Fiora could have been like, you know, got an average hand, an average game, but they got all the units they needed, exactly to 6 points, and then just only spells to try and end the game with. So, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But because Draven gets 2 energy up from the battlefield, if they have a very specific hand, they could still be in the game. I mean, imagine they have 2 energy up right now. They're gonna get 2 energy from the battlefield. They could even hide a card there. So that could be, they could hide a card and it could be 2 fighter flights and a rebuke, technically. But I don't think that's the case here. I did see 1 fighter flight. They have a spinning axe in hand. How often do you think the Fiora hook deck can hook into Harness Dragon? If you want to look for Harness Dragon specifically, I think every time. Like, every time you want to look for Harness Dragon, you can always make a unit be at least 5 might. So I might just put 3 Harness Dragons in my deck actually. Because I noticed that Fiora actually gets to 10 runes very, very quickly. Even if you play matrons, etc. So I might just put a 3rd Harness Dragon, just because playing the Harness Dragon from hand doesn't even feel that bad. There's some problems with the stream right now, with the China stream. So let's hope they fix it quickly. This is not because of me, not because of my internet. It's just there have been these weird lags all day. Right. so sorry about that. Let's hope it gets fixed. It's not my fault, man. Batsu did nothing wrong. Free my homie Batsu. They go for the hold. I mean, they just have to go for the hold because Fiora is at 6 points. So there's really... Can the Draven scoop already? I mean, yeah, it's it is not looking good. I'm sorry about that. Hooks out for Batsu. What does that mean? Very, very suspicious. Yeah, I think the game 1 should be done already. If Fiora plays it well. So they ended up hiding a fight or flight on the battlefield. Or what? They hit 2 cards, so this might not even be game. If Draven has like the dream hand, they could still be in the game, because now when they win combats by fight or flighting your units, you're still... The Draven is still gonna draw cards. They drew a card there from winning that combat, and the Draven is just gonna keep drawing cards, so they can basically draw in the more answers. They still have 2 energy up, and did the Draven forget to proc the +2 energy battlefield? Am I wrong? I think Draven should have 4 energy right now. Okay. So I might be wrong. The Kai'Sa is 6 might against the 5 might Fiora. Okay, they played a 2-drop before. Oh yeah, they played the fan. My bad. Well, you can see I have been yapping all day. So, starting to hallucinate at this rate. So the punch first is being played already, which isn't ideal for Fiora. But at least they still have 4 orange runes, so they can still play both of their punch firstes. The overzealous fan is pretty annoying. It's gonna force Fiora to do some weird tricks. And the Draven is just trying to see if there's any way he can crawl back into this game. Even if Fiora doesn't win necessarily this turn, they're still threatening to just win the next turn and the turn after that, so it's gonna be very hard for the Draven. And Fiora gets to 7 points, so no matter what happens this turn, Draven still has to stop Fiora from holding. And like Decapod said, Fiora could look to just hold to win, basically. They have 2 punch firsts. The only thing about punch first is that burn here kinda fucks punch first, so gotta be careful of burn here. But then again, if Draven plays burn here, they don't have any energy up to play any combat tricks. So I think that's what Fiora is thinking about right now, is that should he just hold, or should he go for the double conger? Fan's on defense, so he could send Matron in. If he doesn't trigger Fan, trade with Darius, and yeah, that's true. So you think Fiora should go for hold? You think Fiora should go for hold? Yeah. It is safer. I guess he could go to the bottom battlefield and see what the Draven does, and then decide what to do. But they decide to go for the hold. So you guys were right. Fiora will go for the hold, and with the amount of runes Draven has left next turn, there shouldn't be any way they can break through this hold. There isn't no watcher on Draven colors, unfortunately. Yeah, Ace. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the hold is the right play. Fiora played the BF sword on the 2-drop to try and accelerate it, but he wasn't. They didn't let him do that for some reason. I don't know what happened. What just happened? They didn't let Fiora accelerate the 2-drop. Yeah, with the double punch first, it should be game. He reacted to equip. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. I was like thinking that the Fiora missed a window or something. That would have been a little sad. But I think even then, it shouldn't be enough. Draven has no way to kinda end here. I am glad I bought my hooks before it is on everyone's radar. Yeah. It's the hook prophecy. We all knew that someday the hook will finally reign supreme. They equipped the axe. So they reacted to the Fiora champion kind of ability and equipped the axe. They just wanted to use their energy on the opponent's turn, so that's why they did it. But are you going to be in Bologna? I'm trying to get a ticket right now, talking to UVS, and I'm also trying to go and at least judge. If nothing, I didn't get a ticket on the first wave of tickets, unfortunately. Draven is out of runes, so every punch first will go through, basically. I just need orange sets to round out this list. I pulled my last hook today. Nice, good. Congrats. But yeah, I think it's a game. So Fiora might just win the China Regionals. All the non-hook believers are in shambles. Yeah, Fiora even doesn't choose to use punch first. I think, because the Draven is tapped out, so when Darius finally attacks, they can just use a double punch first and get plus 10 might. Yeah, Draven can... Oh yeah, he played burn here. True, my bad. True. I'm not locked in, guys. Draven can enter two times with gear. They can, yeah. Is it enough? It might be enough. It just might be enough. But Draven is gonna be on... It's an exact trade. Wow. Wow. It's an exact trade. No way. So Draven is still in the game. Draven is still in the... What happened? So Draven played gears, weapons, and they just... Yeah, they played another burn here, and then they equipped weapons like twice to give around plus 10 to their units with 2 weapons, basically. So maybe the Fiora should have gone for the double conquer last turn. Oh, the hit... Oh no. It's over, guys. No, I think the Fiora might have just lost. What? So using Hidden Blade on the burn here, now the spinning axe will die basically, because it wasn't equipped to anything. And I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but if Fiora mulliganed one of his punch firsts away, they would have something else in their hand. They wouldn't have 2 punch firsts in their hand, and their hand would look very different. Yeah, still 2 punch first in hand, yeah. I think this Fiora values punch first too much, and now they're kind of bricking themselves. They could have mulliganed 1 punch first away. We pray for the mage and top deck. Or even a dragon. The harness dragon could do the trick. Ooh, the Draven drew a Kai'Sa. Oh no. And even have a stack deck in hand. The punch firsts have been burning a hole in this man's deck. Yeah. Punch first is a good card, but drawing many of them will slowly brick your hand, because these colors don't have enough draw. So, very unfortunate. The evil Draven might just win. The Draven didn't have enough runes to even accelerate the Kai'Sa, by the way. So, at least they couldn't accelerate the Kai'Sa. Insane that the Fiora didn't see a single hook in the last 3 games. Yeah, that's very sad. Let's hope they don't find a hook right now, because they don't have anything to use the hook on. So a hook right now would be devastating. Okay, so finally, the top deck of the century. Are we gonna see it? One time. Come on, man. Show us the card. Okay, it's a set. Okay, I don't know what he's gonna do with the set, but it's a unit at least. It's a unit at least. The problem is that Draven is gonna get to 7 points now and threaten to hold and win the game. They have a rebuke in hand, and it's GG. Fiora lost this game. And if they had mulliganed the punch first at the beginning of the game, they would have had set last turn, which would have made a pretty big difference on this game. So don't greed your punch firsts. GG. No, my Fiora. No. Matron / Dragon top deck is still possible. Yeah, but they have like, the Draven has like 4 cards that will just block your units basically. So there's just no way to win this game. Yeah, there are the overzealous fans. It's so crazy that the Draven came back from this. Maybe holding the battlefield previously was the misplay and not just attacking, because then the punch firsts got kind of blocked by the burn here. And in general, keeping the punch firsts in the mulligan was also a pretty huge misplay. So I think Draven kind of deserves to win this game, honestly, because Fiora could have made some optimizations. This is the second time Burn here makes a Draven win against a Fiora in the finals. Oh man. Oh man. Wow. I think he could have cleared the other battlefield. Draven only had a fan and 2 runes up. Yeah, on the previous turn. Yeah. I think holding was... Yeah. Yeah, I think I was wrong about the holding. I think the Fiora player was wrong about the holding. And they look beat. And I think the Fiora was also wrong by keeping the punch first in 2 punch firsts in their opening hand. So there were a lot of things that could have been optimized there. And props to the Draven. Props to the Draven. Wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. I'm quickly gonna take a break between these. I have to go put wood in the sauna again. So I can go and cry in the sauna after Fiora loses. So be right back. Be right back.
很好的通过这个带兵牌防守，让对方的进攻失去意义的情况下，你固然很舒服，但如果说你随意消耗自己的符能，那可能在费用上最后几个回合你会非常的难受。
是的，就是你想那轮如果把那张夜人给盖了下去，他可能就会想要去继续进行防守。
是的，
可能你的费用就到后面完全没有办法支撑自己的操作了。
是的，德莱文推到巨神风之间的那一手没有盖夜之锋刃，我认为是非常精彩的操作。
相当于如果你扣了带命，就把自己给套进去了。
是的，
有个沉没成本在里面，我都扣了个带命了，我又不能接受这个夜刃在那么早的回合再贴给别人，那我肯定要继续交牌，继续和你互动。
最具戏剧性的，我觉得就是正正好好22点。
对，
而且是每个
Okay, we're back. Most finished sentence ever. Me going to put wood in my sauna. That's pretty. That's a good one. I still have to make food after this and go to sauna, and I promised my girlfriend I would make some Italian food, and I said I will make it at 3 p.m. It's already 5 p.m. I still have to go to the sauna, and I'm kind of cooked, I'm not gonna lie. She's not gonna be happy. She is not gonna be happy. What do you think about Divine Judgment in this deck? In this meta, Divine Judgment is worse than in the last meta. Draven will just outdraw you. You play Divine Judgment, you both have 2 cards in your hand. Draven procs their legend once and you just might lose the game because Draven just will outdraw you. So Divine Judgment is not that great in this meta, unfortunately. If I was a Fiora, I would be very sad. You should have told her you were cooking up something French and showed her your Fiora deck. I mean, that would have been, she would have been amazed. She would have been amazed. I mean, not everybody can cook a Fiora deck like that. I'm just kidding. I copied about 70% of the deck from some other deck, so I can't take all the credit. Do you stream on Twitch as well? Yeah, my Twitch is Batskun, but because this is my first stream, I don't even have a profile picture on Twitch right now. So maybe I should change that. Now I'm just an ugly Twitch icon right now. Is Fiora the only champion that has, I mean legend, that has three champions? There's not too many variation in a hook deck because there's a lot of staples. Yeah, that's true. Especially when you have Matron, then you want to put Vanguard Captain, then you have Hook, and suddenly like 15 cards out of your 40 card deck is already reserved for the Hook stuff. Yeah, it's very hard to kinda optimize Hook lists because changing one card makes such a huge difference. Isn't the left guy the best of Fiora from last weekend? I have no idea. I didn't watch last weekend, I'm sorry. But yeah, playing decks that have like very specific game plans and then optimizing those decks is very hard because there's only like a couple of cards you can change, and if you do, changed a couple cards, it's still gonna make a huge difference. So you have to be very careful. And it's a very fragile deck, I would say. Also, he is the best of Fiora from last weekend. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I wonder what he thinks of the Fiora's last game, because I think there were some optimization stuff. The game could have been played a little bit better, but let's hope the Fiora does a comeback of the century. This is a... The Fiora has plot armor, you know? Let's hope the Fiora has plot armor. He is the main character. He is the hooker. Okay, I don't think I can probably say that. Okay, so the right guy is the Draven from last weekend too. Huh. So do they just take like the previous winners and have them yapping on the broadcast? I mean, I think it's way more fun to watch any tournament broadcasts when there are people who actually like know the decks, the matchups, and they just, you know, understand the game. It's very fun to get their insight on some of the plays, and that's why I think it's very cool that the Chinese broadcasts have those best of players from last weekend. If the left one is the best of Fiora and the right one is the best of Draven from last weekend, then I'm a little jealous, I'm not gonna lie. I wish I knew Chinese. I wish I knew Chinese. Yeah, I'm from Finland, Manuel. I'm from Finland. If you couldn't guess from my beautiful accent. I'm still a little bit proud of my English, you know. There are some Finnish people who have accents that are way worse. Way worse. So it's not that bad. It could be worse. It could be worse. Jibs was molding in the chat because I couldn't pronounce riposte. Oh. I'm still learning, guys. Long way to Bologna. Yeah, and the Bologna it's such an annoying place in Italy. From Finland, there's only like one flight per day that even goes to Bologna. The other flights go to like Milan and etc. So either you want to pay like 400 euros for the flights, or you want to pay 200 euros for the flights and then travel like couple hours in Italy. So the Bologna is in a very annoying place, I would say. Hard to fly there, expensive to fly there from Finland. And I think there could have been maybe a easier place to get to for the Europe regionals, I'm not gonna lie. Scandinavian people are usually better at English than the rest of Europe. I mean, yeah, because nobody speaks our language, so we just have to learn everybody else's language. Oh yeah, riposte is French, true. It's Ging. I've got flights to Verona and then getting a train to Bologna. Yeah, I think if I end up going to, and hopefully when I end up going to Bologna, I'm probably not gonna get a straight flight just because it's like 50% more expensive. So I'm just gonna have to travel in Italy, unfortunately. You only have a 6-hour drive to the Bologna regionals. I mean, that's kind of unfair. that's a little unfair.
正正好好，包括你在上一回合、前一回合，因为我觉得可能在看到对面
Yeah, and it's easy to learn English, especially when you're gaming, when you're a gamer. Yeah, Shudder, Fiora lost. They did a couple of misplays, and they got punished for it. And the Draven just punished a couple of misplays. The Fiora's mulligan was a little bit too greedy. And then the Fiora just ended up bricking because they had 2 punch first in hand and nothing else, unfortunately. Ended up going through Amsterdam from Norway. Was it like cheaper that way? From Amsterdam? I mean through Amsterdam from Norway to Bologna. Yeah, Ging. And the good thing about like trains and public transports, they seem to be pretty cheap in Italy, so even if you have to take a train, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, Ace, like it's so crazy to think about, but the player lost just because of one mulligan. Like, even the smallest misplays make the difference when you're playing in these high stakes finals, and you gotta be very careful of how you play. The Draven took half of their 2-drops out and just changed their deck entirely. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, Dong, I'm trying to go to Bologna, but we'll see how it goes. I was just checking the Fiora deck. No Vanguard Captain, 2 Akshans. Yeah, the Akshan did look pretty cool. Okay, Fiora put in 2 challenges and 2 salvages. Interesting. I think challenges are alright. But yeah, the Akshan did look pretty cool. Might even be better than Set. I was a little impressed by the action, so I might have to give it another try. I'm going by Night Train. Ooh, yeah, that could be actually smart, actually. Yeah, especially if it's far away. Yeah, Jin, but the auction could equip one of your equipment, so they can. Yeah, the Weapon Master, so they can either steal an enemy equipment or equip your equipment. So it's all right. It's pretty good. I just don't know if it's better than Set. It could be better than Set, but I don't know. The deck is so weird. It's so hard to build the deck. So Fiora chose to go second, and Draven got an overzealous fan. Fiora plays the Fiora Forecast champion, so they had changed their chosen champion entirely, which is pretty cool actually. Some never let them know your next move plays in here. Chose to go second and had changed their chosen champion. Yeah, the Fiora might have just read the Draven's Obelisk of Power. Maybe they expected the Draven to play the Obelisk of Power, so they can now choose to go second and just play the Fiora on the first turn. But giving Draven turn 1 is a little painful, with the overzealous fan especially. So let's hope Fiora doesn't get punished from going second here. The Draven is wondering where should they play the Draven, because I mean it should be safe with the Overzealous fan. And now if Fiora tries to get through the Overzealous fan, Draven is just gonna get a draw and a gold token. So a very tough start for Fiora. The Draven got lucky this time. They swapped out 3 2-drops. They swapped out half of their 2-drops and still found the fan. So very fortunate for the Draven, but very unfortunate for the Fiora. I see a Right to Wind and a Darius in Draven's hand. I haven't seen the Fiora's hand yet. Chooses to go and most likely give a draw and a gold to the Draven. So the fan is being used and the Fiora is being pushed back. Now the Draven player gets a draw and a gold token from the Draven champion. So a draw from the legend and a token from the champion. Oh no, this is a very, very strong start from the Draven. Let's hope Fiora has some way to... Okay, they have the first mate. Now, do they have the punch first? The first mate is so strong here. They do have the punch first in hand. And a very, very good turnaround from the Fiora. Just punishing the Draven from being greedy. And I'm obviously rooting for the Fiora, so let's go, let's go. This is a very unbiased stream of the China tournament. So there's the Draven is thinking of whether to use the +2 from the Draven champion, which would make the Draven champion go to 6. But then they have to recycle a red rune, which is very painful. So they end up not using the Draven ability. Fiora still uses the punch first to make sure it's not a trade. Fiora wants to make sure that they just kill the Draven off, and I would have still personally maybe used the Call to Glory in their hand. So Fiora did have Call to Glory. They could have just used Call to Glory and save... No, tough to say, tough to say. Draven does have a Darius in hand, so maybe having those 2 runes up will be more important. Because you could have used Call to Glory and not recycled any runes. There's a fight or flight, Right to Wind, Darius. I think I saw maybe a burn here. Yeah, there's a burn here. So the Darius does have a very good hand. Call the Glory is good because it's a reaction over action. Yeah, I guess you want to save the Call the Glory for the burn here. Yeah, you might be right. Will we see a hook during this game? I don't know. Like this hook Fiora looks like hookless Fiora at this point. But yeah. So the Darius gets played, fan gets played, raiding the Darius. Now does the Darius attack into Fiora? Fiora has 2 up, but there aren't many things they can they can threaten here. At most, they could threaten a death grip, killing their first mate, and then giving +3 to Fiora, and they would only trade, so that wouldn't be enough. So if I was Draven here, I would take the risk of attacking. They do attack, and let's see what the Fiora does. I don't think there's many things the Fiora can do. They do the death grip in the Fiora, yep. And true, +1 from Fiora shield. True. That's crazy. That's crazy. True. I didn't... Even I forgot about the shield. Wow. Death Grip is truly like... It's so good. It's so good. It even draws a card, which is insane. So... Yeah, and he draws too. True, because of the battlefield. Yeah. So that was a 2 energy. Kill your unit, draw 2, and +4 to Fiora. Wow. That's a... And even giving the Fiora a rune from the legend. So, channel 1 rune, +4 to Fiora, draw 2 from 1 spell. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Do we know the Fiora's list yet? I think... Yeah, I think people said that it's somewhere. The battlefield is the Dreaming Tree, and the other battlefield is the Obelisk of Power. So Dreaming Tree says when you target an ally with a spell, you draw 1. So they used Death Grip on the Fiora. So they drew from the Death Grip, and they drew from the Dreaming Tree because they targeted Fiora. Are they denying card draw from the Death Grip? It wouldn't make sense to deny it. I guess they might have missed the trigger. Maybe? The judges are very strict, especially in the finals. Yeah. They have posted deck lists. He does actually run 3 hooks. Yeah, surprisingly, yeah. You would think this was a hookless Fiora. I think he's explaining Dreaming Tree triggers happened in different turns. Yeah. I think the judge should know that how it works, but yeah, the judges have been questionable sometimes. Let's say that. I would like to see 1 hook from the Fiora, maybe. Please, sir, can we have 1 hook, please? That's all we ask. Imagine the stonks for all the hook players in real life when we see a hook in the finals of the regionals. Please, give us the hook and make it legendary. Make the hook hit a harness dragon and win the game. And then we will all be millionaires. And drive our Bugattis to Bologna. Yeah, I'm not sure if they sided it out, but it wouldn't make sense to side out hook. It just wouldn't make sense. Yeah, they all doubted us. They all doubted us. From the dawn of time, we have been hooking, and finally we're gonna be appreciated. But yeah, if the Fiora is afraid of like gear hate, maybe they have taken the hook out on game 2. But does Draven even have any big gear hate, honestly? I'm not too sure Draven has any big gear hate. So it wouldn't make sense to take the hook out, but there have been some questionable plays from the Fiora in general, like the mulligans and etc. So I wouldn't be surprised if they took the hook out. The only removal is Thermo Beam, and yeah, Thermo Beam is probably the worst removal in the game. Kaisa got accelerated, getting Draven a draw. 1 point. And playing a Ride the Wind. Ooh, that's 2 points and 2 draws. If it goes through, so very strong turn from Draven. Quickly showing us why the deck is so broken. They have another Ride the Wind, so they could technically get another point on the Fiora's turn. But they still chose to play the Noxus Hopeful. They didn't want to greed too much. They only got to 3 points, which isn't alarming because, you know, it's an uneven number. If they got to 4 points, then it would be pretty bad. But getting the 3 points is not the end of the world. If Fiora gets to 4 points here, then Fiora should be in a good spot. There's a dragon in Fiora's hand. They have 9 energy, so they could technically try to play dragon and then threaten a punch first. And this Fiora does love their punch first, so they should have one by now. And the dragon is played. They choose to kill the Kaisa, of course. Probably gonna get to 4 points here. They pass, so they choose not to sacrifice their unsung heroes to get to 4 points. Wow. That is pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. I mean, this Draven's hand... Yeah, they should have gone to 4 points. They should have gone to 4 points for sure. I think it's a little... It's a little too risky to sacrifice 2 points, basically, for 2 unsung heroes. If Fiora becomes more meta, I can imagine red decks running angle shot. True. Yeah, angle shot would be... And angle shot could also work on your own axis, spinning axis and etc. So, yeah, that could be a possibility. I think Fiora is gonna be punished in this game from not taking those 2 points. Mind Spear is out. Let's hope there's no BF sword that gets thrown out. Fiora is looking for any... Okay, so there's a Matron, which isn't that good when they don't have the other Fiora champion in their trash. So Matron isn't a threat here for the Draven. There isn't even many ways to buff your unsung heroes, so sacrificing the unsung heroes would have just made sense, in my opinion. I think salvage is also a little niche into Draven. Yeah, it can get rid of, you know, spinning axe, but I think salvage isn't important enough to sacrifice one slot in your deck. Your deck is already kind of packed, so I think putting in salvages against Draven is a little risky. Maybe if you had a seal, salvage could be way better, because then it would be basically a free draw and getting rid of a weapon. Yeah, that's true. Draven would have drawn a lot of cards if the unsung heroes conquered points, but 2 points is so valuable. It's so valuable. Yeah, Ging, it's a weird side. I'm not too sold on the salvages. I think there has to be some better cards than salvages in the Draven matchup at least. Now, does the Draven go for the Congers? I think they should. I think they should. So Draven is doing what Fiora couldn't. And I think Fiora did get punished for it. They just played a Mind Splitter down. They're just fine with slowing the game down. They're 2 points ahead. And it's looking a little grim right now. The turn is passed. Draven has one rune open. I do like the challenge in the matchup though. I think challenge is very awesome in the matchup. Though challenge does get punished a little bit by Brune here once again, because it's an action. If you were a Fiora right now, being at 4 points would be a little bit better than being at 2 points. Yeah, challenge is pretty good. Challenge is pretty good. I think Fiora needs to find a weapon though, first, to kind of get value out of the challenge. They're attacking with the unsung hero alone, giving the Draven... Actually, Draven doesn't even get a draw from this. So they just trade. And Fiora didn't conquer last turn because they didn't want their unsung heroes to die. And now they're gonna die anyway. So, like... yeah. Now they're just gonna die anyway. They play Call the Glory to draw one. Interesting. Then they get a legend. Proc. And now they can challenge actually, yeah. Take your legend rune. Don't forget your legend. Come on, man. Don't forget your legend. Oh no. I think he's forgetting the legend. No, you gotta lock in, Fiora. You gotta lock in. Not like this. Yeah, Jin. It would have been pretty good. Yeah, then he plays up here. Yeah, it's very unfortunate that Fiora didn't go for the 2 points, but it's still winnable. Forgetting to channel a rune Also not ideal.
感觉现在犹豫的话，应该是失误了。
I think the pressure might be getting to the Fiora. The Draven is just chilling.
花3费打很伤啊，3费再打一个决斗，其实就没有回合外的费用了。下回合对面如果是冲个卡莎或者冲个剁手，
The Draven is just chilling. The Draven isn't worried about anything. The Fiora, on the other hand. Okay, goes for the first mate to conquer the second battlefield. So now, so they didn't conquer 2 battlefields because they didn't want unsung heroes to die. Now their unsung hero died, and now their Fiora is gonna die. And now the trade comes in, and interesting. Yeah, he just realized he missed a rune. But listen, killing Fiora there makes no sense. You could have just used challenge next turn because you have the dragon on board, and you could have just played, I don't know. You could have just maybe challenged next turn with dragon and some buff, so you don't trade. The Draven gets 2 points now. If Fiora was at 6, he would instantly win the game. But he is at 4. He is at 4. Oh no. The Draven gets 6 points. I wonder what the Draven is gonna play here. They don't have to worry about basically anything because Fiora is at 4. So they can just develop their home base. And with a burn here on hand, it should be pretty easy for the Draven to win this game. I think Fiora could have won both games if he just played it a little bit better. But yeah, I think the Fiora was just probably tired. And yeah, the first game with double punch first and I mean triple punch first and riposte. I think there was some pretty big misplays straight from the mulligan. But yeah, GG. Draven takes the crown once again. If Fiora doesn't pull any crazy tricks here. I mean, Fiora could play... When the enemy plays burn here, Fiora could basically play... Call the Glory on the Dreaming Tree, get a draw, and they could find a Death Grip. So maybe winnable? Maybe winnable? But we'll have to see. Oh, he's playing... Why is he playing the... What? Why did he play the... Call the Glory on his own turn? Now he's not playing around the burn here at all. Because the only way you could have defended is, as a reaction to burn here, you hook... I mean, you call the Glory, you find Death Grip. Because both are reactions. So they go and draw with the salvage. And no, Fiora doesn't have hook in hand. He once again has the 2 punch first. So okay. what we have learned from this Fiora's gameplay is that 3-punch first in your deck is not ideal. Drawing 2-punch first just loses the burn here, and yeah, it's not very good. So also, if Fiora did conquer on the turn long ago and got to 6 points previously, they would have won the game. So like Yoshi said, yeah, no plot armor this time. No plot armor on our main character Fiora. And GG, the burn here is out. Can't play punch first on burn here, and that's game. That is game. No, the evil Draven won again. The evil Draven. GG, GG. Well, Draven won, but at least we know that Fiora is very powerful. Fiora could have easily won at least one game if he played optimally. And that's what matters. That's what matters. Just knowing that Fiora might be one of those top decks is what matters, and then you can, you know, go and hone it out. Nothing much to talk about Draven. It's Draven. It won. That price is very cool looking, I'm not gonna lie. Congratulations to Draven. Man. The Fiora, they fumbled. Draven did punish it very well, and I think Draven also played a very good games of Riftbound. So can't take the win from him, you know. Just the Draven Legend is the Draven Legend is evil. The Draven Legend is evil. Yeah, not Draven, but Draven. GG. We're gonna make Fiora great again, and Hook great again. Let's hope, at least in Bologna, there's gonna be some good cooking from the west, and we're finally gonna dethrone Draven. I unfortunately most likely won't be streaming next weekend. Might stream some TCG Arena games on next week if anybody's interested in playing. And thanks for tuning by. This was my first stream ever. It was pretty fun. I had a lot of fun. And yeah, we did dethrone Kaisa. So yeah, we can dethrone Draven. It's our mission now. I'm gonna have to go to sauna, unfortunately. So you can watch the rest of the prize stuff from Turn Him Sideways or something. Thanks for chatting with me. The stream would have been way more boring without you guys, so thanks a lot. And see you next time. I'm probably gonna stream some TCG Arena next week, so come join and play with me.